Chapter 23-26. In addition to tempering the body, the elemental jade could also be used to arrange arrays and forge weapons. It could also be used in alchemy. It had a wide range of uses. However, most people would use it to temper their body. After all, apart from the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, ordinary small forces would not be able to get their hands on it. 30 million! Ling Xiao was still the only one who placed a bid. Many customers had no choice but to give up on this method. Ling Xiao, rashly bidding will cause trouble. You can't even afford the 20 million just now. It's impossible for you to take out this 30 million. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company finds the 8 Immortal Mountain, it will bring shame to our sect. Qi Ling's voice rang out again. Woman, you talk too much nonsense. If you want to bid, then bid. If you don't have the money, then hold it back. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company did not say a word. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph, you can be rampant now. You'll see what happens next. Akira gnashed her teeth, but in the end, she did not dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. One must know that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's power spread throughout the entire mysterious world. A mere 8 Immortal Mountain could not compete with them. If she really offended such a colossus, she would be looking for trouble. Ling Xiao obtained the Thunder Yuan Jade and no longer paid attention to Akira. Qi Ling, I really hate you now. Lin Ruoxian laughed. Even if today's matter did not happen, she still hates me to the bone. Otherwise, she would not have sold her soul to improve her strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently, she is very powerful, but I am not afraid. The two chatted, and time passed quickly. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. After all, this was only the auction of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the 8 Immortals city. The rare items seen here did not exceed Ling Xiao's expectations. There were many items that were of the highest quality in the eyes of others. However, to him, they were not worth mentioning. For example, those seemingly powerful elixirs were not as effective as the elixirs he refined. Next up is the second last item of the auction. This item is a fossil left behind by a dark-attributed demonic beast. If one had the ability to refine this fossil, then they could use its power to open the gates of hell. This would be very helpful to Yin-Yang realm martial artists. At most, it would allow a martial artist to open the door to the second layer of hell. Of course, everyone knows that fossils are different from flesh and blood. It is extremely difficult to refine them. It's almost impossible not to have a divine flame. I have to tell you this in advance, lest you accuse my Heavenly Dragon Trading Company of cheating. All right, the starting price for this dark attribute demonic beast fossil is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let's begin. The host had already explained how powerful the darkness fossil was. Even if it had flaws, it was still enough to drive many crazy. For example, Ling Xiao. He was currently stuck at the entrance to the second layer of hell, unable to enter. He needed a treasure like this to break through the obstacles. Therefore, not to mention 1 million low-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100 million, he would still buy it. The starting price of the darkness fossil was not low. Moreover, there would be more competitors than Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade. After all, there were not many martial artists in this world who could condense a combat body, so they did not need much elemental jade. However, the darkness fossil was different. In the 8 Immortals city, there was a large group of martial artists waiting to reach the Yin-Yang realm. Once the darkness fossil was refined, it could allow a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist to open the gates of hell. It could also allow a martial artist of the first layer of hell to open the gates of hell to the second layer of hell. It was a huge temptation. Even if it had flaws, there would still be many people fighting for it. Of course, Akira was no exception. Although she was already a martial artist of the second layer of hell, the darkness fossil was very compatible with her crimson demon combat body. Qiling hoped that she could use the darkness fossil to improve herself. Not only did she want to defeat Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to defeat everyone who stood in her way. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. She was the first one to make a bid, and her tone was filled with the determination to win. There was also a terrifying aura. She was clearly trying to intimidate others and prevent them from competing with her. However, the people present were not cowards. 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,600,000, 2,000,000. As people continued to bid, the darkness fossil, which had a starting price of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, instantly rose to 2,000,000. From the looks of it, the price seemed to continue to rise. I bid 3,000,000. Who dares to compete with me? Akira angrily raised the price to 3,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. She did this not on impulse, but after careful consideration. Based on the current situation, the price of the darkness fossil would reach 3,000,000 sooner or later. It was better for her to directly bid and intimidate many people. The reality was just as Akira expected. After she domineeringly bid 3,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, many people gave up. It was not that they did not have enough spirit stones, but they did not want to offend Akira. Many people could see that Akira was determined to get the darkness fossil. If they continued to compete, they might offend Akira and not get the darkness fossil. That would be really depressing. 3,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer looked around and asked, "The darkness fossil is the key to opening the first 2 levels of the gates of hell. It's definitely not a loss." The scene was silent. I bid 4,000,000. All of a sudden, the silent venue seemed to explode. Ling Zhao's voice was like pouring water into a pot of oil, instantly causing chaos. That man just now again. Who is he? Why does he dare to go against Akira? 4,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a darkness fossil that we don't even know if it can be used. It's not worth it. He's probably a young master from some family. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions. Although they could not see Ling Zhao's face in the private room, they all thought that Ling Xiao was a prodigal who threw money around casually. 4,000,000. The guest in the private room bid 4,000,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. Of course, for every auction item, he would receive a corresponding commission. The higher the auction price, the more he would receive. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Akira finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted, "Even if you get the darkness fossil, you can't refine it. The divine fire is not something that someone like you can have. Besides, you just spent 50,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. How can you have more spirit stones? Stop fooling around." Fooling around. I like fooling around. I have money and can do whatever I want. What can you do? Chapter 23-27. You're courting death. All of a sudden, a cloud of black fog appeared in the room where Qiling was. Amidst the black fog, there was a terrifyingly pale face that pounced towards the room Ling Xiao was in. However, Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian did not move. This was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they couldn't even protect their VIP members, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would lose all face. Boom! A ball of flames suddenly burst out from the void and blasted the strange ghost face back. The one who attacked was only one of Lin Fenyuan's subordinates. Although Akira was a genius needed time to grow. True experts were generally older. For example, Lin Fengyuan's subordinate was already an old man in his 70s or 80s. Dealing with Akira was a piece of cake. After all, she was a martial artist with the cultivation of the third layer of hell. Miss Akira, this is the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not your Scarlet Immortal Mountain. If you dare to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being impolite. Immediately, the old man's voice sounded. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does not like to compete for hegemony, but some people must not think that we are easy to bully. At this moment, Akira's chi and blood were churning, and her face was pale. She had really suffered a loss and lost face. Originally, she had just lost control of her anger. Now that she was warned, she suddenly remembered where she was. To her, the darkness fossil was only a possibility to improve her scarlet demon battle physique. It was not worth spending too many spirit stones to compete for it. She wanted to raise the price to cheat Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head. Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If she raised the price and Ling Xiao stopped bidding, she would suffer a great loss. One had to know that she only had a total of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she really used all of them to buy the darkness fossil, it would be a great loss. Senior is right. This junior was impulsive. Akira cupped her hands towards the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's old man and said indifferently, I give up the bid. Giving up was one thing, but Akira still wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao after the auction. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain, she had a way to make Ling Xiao take out the darkness fossil and give it to her for free. Although Ling Xiao was famous, his foundation in the Eight Immortals Mountain was too shallow. How could he fight with her? Are you really going to piss off Akira for a useless darkness fossil? Lin Ruoxian asked as he looked at Ling Xiao curiously. She really didn't believe that Ling Xiao was such a childish person. Am I that childish in your eyes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's not convenient for me to say anything unnecessary, but I can tell you that this darkness fossil is very important to me. For it, even if I have to fight to the death with Akira today, I will do it. You sure have a lot of secrets. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. The calmness and capability that this young man showed, as well as that kind of ruthlessness, didn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. What kind of person was he before he reincarnated into the world? The auction ended. Ling Xiao only took a glance at the final item. It seemed to be a high-level jade, grade martial art. But that thing wasn't very useful to him now, so he didn't make a move. Instead, Akira bought it like it was a treasure. After the auction ended, Akira didn't leave. Instead, she stood outside the trading hall, waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, because she was very sure that Ling Xiao couldn't take out more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones. However, in the end, her already pale face became even paler. Not only did Ling Xiao easily pay the 50 million low-grade spirit stones, but Lin Fengyuan also gave him a 50% discount. Even the 8 great families of the Eight Immortals Mountain didn't have such preferential treatment. She didn't understand what Lin Fengyuan wanted to do, but Lin Fengyuan knew it best. Even though the 8 great families of the Eight Immortals Mountain left, they were self-sufficient and rarely went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Giving them such a valuable membership card was tantamount to a waste. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. This fellow was currently on the rise, and he was very generous with his extravagant spending. He never hesitated when it came to spending money. This kind of person was the kind of customer that Lin Fengyuan liked the most. Out of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. This time, he came to the Eight Immortals City and got what he wanted. Next, he would use the last period of time to concentrate on cultivation and wait for the advancement test of the Eight Immortals Mountain. After parting with Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao walked out of the Eight Immortals city. But just as he went out, he felt that he was being followed. That gloomy aura was too obvious. If it wasn't Akira, who else could it be? Ling Xiao frowned. While quietly taking out the array stone to the Black Immortal Mountain, he went to a secluded place. Akira, have you taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why have you been following me since I came out? Obediently hand over the darkness fossil, and I can let you safely return to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Akira's aura became more and more gloomy. The originally fiery red aura had turned black and red, giving off a strange feeling. Ling Xiao stood dozens of meters away and could still feel the cold air entering his body. This should be the effect of the Crimson Demon Battle physique. The Crimson Demon Battle physique is indeed extraordinary, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao sneered and said, with your speed, you shouldn't be able to catch up to me. What if we join in? Desert Cloud, who had been lying in ambush to kill Ling Xiao, finally couldn't bear the loneliness and stood out. The reason why he showed up was because he saw Akira. Although he and Akira were competitors, they had a common enemy, and that was Ling Xiao. If the two of them joined forces, Ling Xiao would definitely die today. Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao frowned. The situation today was really a little troublesome. It was already very difficult to deal with Akira alone. If Desert Cloud, who was even stronger than Akira, was added to the equation, it would be even more troublesome. But trouble was trouble. Ling Xiao still had his own trump card that he hadn't used. He would never be so rash as to reveal all his secrets. What now that Sha Hai is dead, you're hanging out with that dog Desert Cloud again. That's really admirable. To be honest, Ling Xiao's words were really unpleasant. But so what if it was unpleasant? When facing someone who wanted to kill you, no matter how unpleasant it was, it wouldn't be excessive at all. Looks like you're really tired of living. Do you really think that you're number one in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain after killing Sha Hai? Akira's face was flushed with anger. I don't know if I'm number one or not, but if you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll be leaving first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. You want to leave? Before Akira made a move, Desert Cloud couldn't hold back anymore. The peak of the third layer of hell, the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 23-28. Wild Sand Saber Technique. Lightless Sun and Moon. Desert Cloud used his strongest saber technique as soon as he attacked. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. As soon as the saber was used, the sky was filled with sand, and the sun and moon were dimmed. Ordinary martial artists could not see anything at all. Some people could not even open their eyes. However, for Ling Xiao, this was the best chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. I'm not your opponent today. I'll take your life in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment. While laughing, Ling Xiao entered the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. Damn it, this guy actually has a teleportation array. Desert Cloud had carefully planned to ambush Ling Xiao and even colluded with Akira, but in the end, he could not stop Ling Xiao. He escaped, which means he's not as good as you. What are you afraid of? Akira said lightly, I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of him, but the problem is that this kid is too infuriating. If I don't kill him, it'll be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. Desert Cloud did not want to reveal his true thoughts. In the depths of his heart, he was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Don't worry. There are still 7 days before the assessment begins. You don't think he can surpass you and me in 7 days, do you? You're the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Don't you have such confidence? Akira said lightly, That's true. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll take his life in the assessment. Desert Cloud was very unhappy. Although he was the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, after this year, he would be older than the assessment age. In other words, if he could not be promoted this year, he would be a deacon of the 8 Immortal Mountain for the rest of his life. The golden hoop incantation on his head made him extremely anxious. Even Ling Xiao began to fear it. At this time, on the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation array that disappeared behind him with lingering fear. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he wouldn't have had time to set up the teleportation array once the battle started. Faced with Desert Cloud and Akira, there was no way he could survive unless he got help from Yuan Venerates and the Butterfly Lady. Thankfully, he had obtained the Darkness Fossil and a large number of Lava Origin Jades and Lightning Origin Jades. Next up, he could focus on his cultivation and improve his strength. He couldn't possibly run away every time he saw those two fellows, right? That was not Ling Xiao's style. After entering the house, Ling Xiao still used the array formation to shield the house. He then took out the Darkness Fossil. If this thing fell into the hands of others, it might be useless, but in his hands, it just so happened to be useful. The Samadhi True Fire, the Dark Flames of Death, and the Ancient Hellfire could all refine the Darkness Fossil. However, it was more appropriate to use the Ancient Hellfire in this place. Using the same Hellfire to open the gates of Hell should yield twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to cultivate, he saw Lin Ruoxian rushing over anxiously. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to stop cultivating. He couldn't be disturbed during his next breakthrough. If something happened to Lin Ruoxian, it would be better to deal with it first. You were killed. After parting ways with Ling Xiao at the Sky Dragon trading firm, Lin Ruoxian had returned to the Lin family to visit her parents. Unexpectedly, she had received a secret report that Ling Xiao had been killed. By the time she had rushed over, there was no one there. Thus, she had hurried back. Just a small matter. Ling Xiao chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Deacon Ruoxian. It's actually not that serious. Is it Desert Cloud or Akira? Lin Ruoxian asked. Both of them are here. Ling Xiao answered. What? Both of them are here, and you're still alive? That's really surprising. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao curiously. However, when she thought of Ling Xiao's abilities, she didn't find it strange. It's just escaping. There's nothing much to say. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to face enemies in the upcoming assessment. There's no way out even if I want to escape. Deacon Ruoxian, I may have to go into seclusion for a period of time until the day of the assessment. Can I trouble you to protect me? Ling Xiao's request was made after careful consideration. Although the people of the Sand Race wouldn't dare to kill him openly, it was very likely that they would harass him and prevent him from cultivating. He couldn't give those people a chance. No problem. Lin Ruoxian agreed, without even thinking. She didn't know why, but she felt that she should do so. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian. When I soar in the future, I won't forget Deacon's good intentions. Ling Xiao said with a smile. But in terms of cultivation, you're not as good as Desert Cloud. In terms of battle constitution, you're not as good as Akira. Now that you've been targeted by the two of them, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to compete for the third spot. Have you thought of how to deal with them? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Strength. Ling Xiao only said 2 words, because everything else was illusory. Only strength was the absolute truth. That's right, but how can I improve? Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao, but she found that Ling Xiao seemed very calm. Cultivate. Ling Xiao only said 2 words again. That's true. There's no point in thinking. So much. Cultivate steadily. With your talent, you might be able to break through on the day of the assessment. Lin Ruoxian smiled. She hated that she didn't have any way to help Ling Xiao. The key was that the time was too short. If there was more time, she could take Ling Xiao out to explore. Maybe there would be some fortuitous encounter. By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, do you know about my sister Ling Jiaojiao's situation? Before going into seclusion, Ling Xiao wanted to know about Ling Jiaojiao's current situation so that he could be at ease. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Is there something that you can't say? Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that the matter might not be simple. Your sister is now in high demand in the 8 great families of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian smiled bitterly. Since the day she stepped into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 great families have sent out marriage proposals almost at the same time. What do you mean? My sister is so charming? Could it be because of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit? Ling Xiao thought that Ling Jiaojiao's appearance was indeed good, but even so, it shouldn't be like this. The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't lack beauties. For the power behind Ling Jiaojiao, that was even more impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility. It was for the martial spirit and bloodline in Ling Jiaojiao's body. You guessed right. The sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit is considered the strongest martial spirit in the Qin country. The 8 great families all want Ling Jiaojiao. Then, they will let their most outstanding disciples marry Ling Jiaojiao. The child born will have the bloodline of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit. Finally, they will extract Ling Jiaojiao's martial spirit and give it to their child. Then, the child will become a peerless genius. Chapter 23-29. To Lin Ruoxian's surprise, Ling Xiao wasn't as impulsive as she had imagined. He just sat there and looked at the mountains in the distance. However, the more he looked like this, the more Lin Ruoxian felt terrified. She could even feel the oppressive killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Was this the Sword Tribe's initial plan? Ling Xiao suddenly asked, "You can say that. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first." The Sword Tribe recruited Ling Jiaojiao with such an intention. Unfortunately, I wasn't clear about it before. After looking through a lot of information, I came to this terrifying conclusion. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Treating women as birth machines, then cruelly extracting their martial souls. I'm afraid this is no different from what the Devil Shadow sect did. They are worse than beasts. Even if the person being schemed against wasn't his sister, Ling Xiao still felt disgusted by this matter. Did the people of the sword race also send an engagement to my sister? Ling Xiao asked again. That's right. Your sister's engagement partner is Jian Lufeng. Moreover, she won't be Jian Liufeng's wife. She will only be his third wife. Lin Ruoxian answered carefully. Did my sister agree? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. However, your sister is now in the Sword Tribe. It's like a rabbit trapped in a wolf's den. It's not up to her to decide whether she agrees or not. Lin Ruoxian sighed. What's Jian Liufeng's attitude? Ling Xiao needed to know which side Jian Lufeng was on. He needed to know why Jian Lufeng had invited Ling Jiaojiao. Lin Ruoxian fell silent. She didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao understood. The will of the sword race was Jian Liufeng's will. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's impression of Jian Lufeng became completely negative. The good impression he had of Jian Lufeng vanished. If they want to scheme against my sister, they'll have to see if I, Ling Xiao, agree to it or not. If they try to force it, I'll destroy the entire sword tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly red, the color of extreme anger. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have said it. With your current strength, what can you do? You couldn't even defeat Desert Cloud and Akira. So how could you possibly deal with Jian Lufeng? Deal with the sword race. After offending the sand race and the sword race, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain anymore. Lin Ruoxian sighed. She knew that this would be the result, but she had to say it. She knew very well that if she didn't say it, Ling Xiao would definitely blame her in the future. So what if I offend everyone in the world? Ling Xiao can't possibly watch as my sister is used as a reproductive tool and tortured to death, right? The ground under Ling Xiao's feet suddenly cracked. Traces of cold air rushed up from the ground. That was Ling Xiao's killing intent. Ling Xiao's anger. I understand. If it were me, I would feel the same as you. But the only thing you can do now is to increase your strength. As long as you can advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll have the opportunity to come into contact with Ling Jiaojiao. As for what to do in the future, it still depends on how strong you are. If you have the aptitude of Ling Yen in the past, I believe that no one in the 8 Immortal City can bully your family. Lin Ruoxian's words were sincere and heartfelt. Ling Xiao nodded his head, feeling somewhat grateful in his heart, although he couldn't wait to immediately rescue Ling Jiaojiao and kill Jian Lufeng. But he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. Being impulsive wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Don't worry about your cultivation. Your sister Ling Jiaojiao will probably accept the engagement under the circumstances. But even so, her marriage with Jian Lufeng will still take some time. Lin Ruoxian continued, Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation is too weak. She won't be able to form a resonance with Jian Lufeng. So her cultivation needs to be at least at the 3rd level of hell to barely qualify. You just need to rescue Ling Jiaojiao before her cultivation breaks through the 3rd level of hell. There's not much time left. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. With the Jian tribe's resources, it wasn't impossible to forcefully increase Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation. Ling Xiao had to be mentally prepared. Right now, he had to increase his strength first. I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian with the matter of the protector. In these few days, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't let anyone disturb me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Sister Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao, swear here today that no one in this world can force you to do something you don't want to do. In the past, I couldn't protect the Moon Maiden. Now, I can't fail to protect my only family in the Black Tortoise mainland. Seeing the confidence and determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, Lin Ruoxian was a little dazed. It seemed that nothing could bend this young man's shoulders and make him give up. Stepping into the house, Ling Xiao immediately took out the darkness fossil and held it in his hand. It's time for this darkness fossil to show its usefulness. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 1st level of hell. The door to the 2nd level of hell was already 90% open. With the help of this darkness fossil, he could definitely break through successfully. He had this confidence. Primordial hellfire, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. A ball of blackish-purple flame formed in the void. After the darkness fossil was burned by the primordial hellfire, the black energy kept rising and fusing into the door to the 2nd level of hell. Following that, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the barrier he had broken through was rapidly being cleared. If there was a difference of 10 times in strength between the early and middle stages of the 1st level of hell, then the difference between the 1st level of hell and the 2nd level of hell was dozens of times. The gap between them was not something that could be easily bridged. This was also the reason why most warriors could not challenge someone of a higher level. The gap was too big, especially the gap between the major realms. It was even more ridiculous. The reason why Ling Xiao could defeat opponents of a higher realm was because he relied on the support of many special abilities. Even that was very tiring. However, once his cultivation broke through, it would be very easy for him to face warriors of the second level of hell. This was the fundamental reason why he was so anxious to break through. Ling Xiao had already used all kinds of methods to close the gap from before. Now, he was just a little bit away. With this darkness fossil, this last bit was perfectly made up for. Under the burning of the primordial hellfire, the darkness fossil kept shrinking, and Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had already reached the peak. He was just a thin layer away from breaking through. Soon, after an unknown amount of time, the darkness fossil finally burned completely. Ling Xiao could feel that the abundant power in his body had completely condensed together. Break through to the second level of hell. With a wild cry, the terrifying power in his body surged out, rushing straight to the second level of hell. Chapter 23:30. The gate to the second floor of hell is finally open. Ling Xiao's expression was one of wild joy. However, good things didn't stop there. It was probably because Ling Xiao had accumulated too much energy in his body. After breaking through the gate to the second floor of hell, his cultivation almost went out of control, like a runaway horse. The early stage of the second floor of hell, the middle stage of the second floor of hell, the late stage of the second floor of hell. The breakthrough finally stopped when he reached the late stage of the second floor of hell. The crazy expansion of energy also calmed down. Ling Xiao looked inside himself in surprise. He didn't expect that he would reach such a cultivation level with just one breakthrough. Akira, Desert Cloud, just you wait. Ling Xiao, will give you a big surprise. Cultivation breakthrough. Ling Xiao didn't get carried away. He still sat there cross-legged and began to stabilize the few realms he had broken through. Although it was a good thing to break through several realms at once, it had its drawbacks. That was, the foundation would be unstable. Only by repeatedly tempering himself at every stage could he truly stabilize it. Fighting was the best way to temper. However, right now, the most important thing was to calm down and familiarize himself with the power of each realm. This was the most important thing. He didn't know how many days had passed since he started cultivating. Anyway, he had already told Lin Ruoxian to inform him when the day of the assessment came. Therefore, he didn't need to be distracted. He just needed to focus on cultivating. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao kept fighting with his twin martial souls with various cultivation levels to stabilize each realm. On the 3rd day, he finally stopped and took out the 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade he had obtained at the auction. The breakthrough wasn't enough. He wanted to take advantage of this breakthrough to integrate more Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade to strengthen his Lightning Combat Constitution and Lava Combat Constitution. He could feel that his 2 combat constitutions seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. It wouldn't be long before they were promoted to an advanced combat constitution. At that time, Akira's Crimson Demon Combat Constitution would be nothing in his eyes. He now had 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade and 100 pieces of Lava Elemental Jade. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to successfully break through after so many years. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation, coupled with his experience of fusion and the Thunder Essence Pill that he had refined himself. Ling Xiao's subsequent fusion became incomparably easy. Previously, he had integrated 34 pieces of Thunder Jade on top of his intermediate Thunder Combat body. And this number made him feel as if he was infinitely close to breaking through. 35, 36, 37, and even 38 lightning elemental jades were fused with ease. There was almost no pressure at all. One had to know that the benefits Ling Xiao received from raising his cultivation by one level were much greater than others. It was not only because he was a samsara warrior. It was also because of his profound world body. His physical strength could only be released when his cultivation reached a certain level. Otherwise, it would destroy his body. Therefore, when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the increase in his strength was almost explosive. This was something that no one else could compare to. When he reached the 39th piece, he encountered a bit of difficulty, but it was still a daunting experience. Only the 40th piece allowed Ling Xiao to experience the terrifying feeling of being bombarded by lightning. When he integrated the 40th piece of Thunder Elemental Jade, the sky seemed to have changed color. Lin Ruoxian, who was standing outside the house, looked at this scene in surprise. She thought that the weather had changed. However, the lightning in the sky kept blasting towards the house where Ling Xiao was. It was as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the advanced Thunder Combat Body was already a little in touch with the laws of heaven and earth. For those who controlled the laws of the immortal court continent, this was absolutely not allowed. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, no matter how powerful the laws of heaven and earth were, they still had to rely on heaven and earth. Ling Xiao possessed a profound world body and controlled the royal heaven Queen Earth, so he faced the ferocious lightning attacks. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a giant and pierced through the wooden house to fight against the lightning in the sky. This scene was blocked by the huge array formation, so Lin Ruoxian didn't see it. However, she could feel that something was happening inside the array formation. Did Ling Xiao break through? How could there be such a terrifying movement? She was now both worried and anxious. After about 10 minutes, the lightning dissipated and the sky returned to normal. Lin Ruoxian didn't relax because she didn't know how Ling Xiao was doing. The advanced Thunder Combat Body is really terrifying. It already has some ability to control lightning. Ling Xiao could feel that he had finally succeeded in condensing the advanced Thunder Combat Body after spending a total of 90 Thunder Elemental Jades. At this moment, he was ecstatic. "Master, now that you have the advanced Thunder Combat Body, I think you can learn the Thunderburst art." Shen Dian suddenly came out and said, the Thunderstorm art was a kind of secret technique. It was an extremely powerful lightning-type secret technique. It was a high-tier jade secret technique. In order to cultivate the Thunderburst art, one must first have a physique that wasn't afraid of lightning. The elementary Thunder Combat Body and the intermediate Thunder Combat Body couldn't be cultivated. Only the advanced Thunder Combat Body could be cultivated. Of course. Was Ling Xiao stupid not to learn such a powerful secret technique? He immediately obtained the Thunder Burst Arts chant from Shen Dian and began to cultivate it in the form of the advanced Thunder Combat Body. The cultivation of secret techniques was different from martial arts. The key was soul power and the chant. These 2 points were not a problem for Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the elementary level, and then to the intermediate level, Ling Xiao only used 1 day. Although the Thunderburst art was only at the intermediate level, its power was even more terrifying than the complete meteor sword technique. This was the terrifying part of the advanced jade secret technique. Maybe it was the huge pressure that gave him the crazy motivation, but he felt that he was in a very good state now. He could learn anything and never fall behind. It had been 4 days since he started cultivating. There were less than 4 days before the advancement test. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stop here. His Thunder Combat Body had already reached the advanced level. Then his Lava Combat Body must also reach the advanced level. After all, with the experience, the advancement would be faster and more stable than before. The result was just as Ling Xiao expected. He only spent half the time. On the basis of the intermediate lava combat body, he used a total of 40 lava origin jades. He finally broke through to the lava combat body. The moment he broke through to the lava combat body, the sky changed color again. However, it was different from the previous thunder and lightning. This time, it was raining fire. This caused Lin Ruoxian to be both shocked and at a loss. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao should be fine. If there was something going on, then he would have stopped cultivating already. Chapter 2331. If the thunderstorm technique was the most terrifying secret skill against an enemy, then the lava storm would be a large-scale killing secret skill. Ling Xiao had never practiced an advanced jade-grade secret skill before he reincarnated. It could be seen that the resources of the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those of the previous 3 continents. When he raised the lava storm to the small success level, Lin Ruoxian's voice came from outside the door. "Junior brother Ling, the assessment will begin tomorrow morning. I have some errands to deal with today. Have you finished your cultivation?" Yes. Secret skills were the same as martial skills. The proficiency needed to be improved through battles. Fighting with his own twin martial souls was not as effective as fighting with an enemy. His cultivation could be said to have come to an end. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the first transformation, second layer of hell. After using the beast soul transformation, his strength would be close to the early stage of the first transformation, third layer of hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning body and advanced lava body, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the first transformation, third layer of hell. Although Desert Cloud's cultivation had reached the peak of the third layer of hell, he was just an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao was confident that he could deal with him. As for Akira, he did not care about him at all. What Qi Ling relied on was the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. But he had 2 advanced battle bodies at the same time. Neither of them was weaker than Akira's Crimson Demon body. Desert Cloud. "Akira, you want to kill me and make it impossible for me to pass the assessment of the 8 Immortal Mountain? Very well. Then I will let you fall into the Azura Hell and never be able to raise your heads again." This was not the first time Ling Xiao had done something like this. Qi Yin, and Shahai were the same. Now it was Akira and Desert Cloud's turn. After advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get closer to Ling Jiaojiao. At that time, he would be more familiar with Ling Jiaojiao's situation, and it would be easier to rescue her. Unlike now, he was completely in the dark. This was how Ling Xiao had risen in the past. As the saying went, a general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. With his rise, there would inevitably be many so-called geniuses who would become his stepping stones. They had become eerie white bones, building a ladder for him to ascend to a higher realm. The Dark Ones, one of the 8 great clans, were in charge of the assessment. This was also the rule of the 8th Immortal Mountain. Every 8 years, a cycle would take place. The disciples who were promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain, except for the warriors who originally belonged to other clans, were all from the Dark Clan. For example, Desert Cloud was a member of the Sand Clan, so he was still a member of the Sand Clan. Akira, on the other hand, wasn't a member of the 8 houses, so it was only natural for her to join the Dark Ones. Ling Xiao was the same. The 8 great clans represented greater power and strength. Everyone who joined the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to squeeze their way in. The disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were the true core of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many of the sect's secrets and most of its resources would be open to the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was something that the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain couldn't compare to. Because of this, all the warriors who joined the 8 Immortals Mountain had the 8 Immortals Mountain as their goal. As for which clan they joined, it didn't matter. What was important was to step into the Eight Immortals Mountain. Unfortunately, most of them would be eliminated. Some might even die because of it. This was the bloody reality. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a day earlier to obtain more information. After all, the following assessment wasn't just a test of strength. It would also be a battle of wits. With enough information, it would be easier to survive. On this day, the Black Immortals Mountain's Mountain Lord came personally. He even brought Ho Rinfeng and Zhou Tong. Both of them would be participating in this assessment. After all, in terms of cultivation, they weren't bad. When Zhou Tong saw Ling Xiao, he was more or less afraid and stood far away. Ho Rinfeng was more direct. Ever since Ling Xiao beat up Shanghai for him, he treated Ling Xiao as a good friend. This person's personality was very direct. He was a typical martial arts fanatic. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, his cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the third level of hell. He could be considered one of the best in the Eight Immortals Mountain. The moment he came up, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "I just broke through. Last time, you beat up Shanghai for me. This time, let me protect you." Ling Xiao smiled noncommittally. He appreciated Ho Rinfeng's good intentions. However, with his current cultivation, he really didn't need it. Of course, it wasn't very nice to reject someone's good intentions. So he didn't say anything. Thinking back to when he first stepped into the Black Immortals Mountain, Ho Rinfeng's strength was definitely something that Ling Xiao had to look up to. Even though he was a reincarnation realm warrior, at that time, he was still far from Ho Rinfeng. As for Zhou Tong, it was the same. At that time, he hated Zhou Tong but couldn't do anything because his strength was inferior. However, today, Zhou Tong avoided him like he was a demon. It was probably because of the shameful things he had done in the past that he was afraid. Among the three of you, I have high hopes for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao, your cultivation isn't enough now. There's still a long way to go, so it's enough that you can participate in the test. At least you've gained some experience. When you come again, next year, you'll have even greater hope. Actually, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord knew that whether it was Ho Rinfeng, Zhou Tong, or Ling Xiao, it was basically impossible for them to pass this test. He only hoped that these three disciples of the Black Immortals Mountain could keep their lives. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope next year. Especially Ling Xiao. His shocking talent was extremely shocking. He believed that as long as he had enough time, Desert Cloud and Akira wouldn't be his match. However, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord felt that it wasn't possible. Ling Xiao only smiled at the Black Immortals Mountain Lord's words. He didn't refute, because there was no need to. He was hiding his true cultivation now. The cultivation he showed was still at the peak of the first level of hell. It was normal for the Black Immortals Mountain Lord to feel that he couldn't pass the test. When the real test began, he would naturally reveal his true strength. There was no hurry now. He knew that many people were mocking him behind his back. They didn't think highly of him. For example, Qi Lian, the Purple Immortals Mountain Lord, Sha Jiao, Jian Lufeng, and the others. But so what? Did he, Ling Xiao, need these people to think highly of him? Slapping faces was his forte. Mountain Lord, can you tell me the specific rules of the Eight Immortals Mountains test? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The Black Immortals Mountain Lord nodded and said, "It's good to understand the rules. Although you definitely won't be able to pass the test, if you want to survive, you can't not know the rules. You've all participated in the Eight Immortals Mountains test, right? The rules are actually similar, but it's more complicated. It's just more grand. This test is also divided into 2 stages. Chapter 2332, Celestial Demon Mountain, Celestial Demon Peak. Ling Xiao felt that these two words were somewhat interesting. That's right. There's a celestial demon mountain dozens of miles away from the center of the Eight Immortals County. Celestial Demon Mountain was occupied by powerful monsters and celestial demons hundreds of years ago. It's very dangerous. Your first task is to break through the obstacles set up by the celestial demons and monsters and finally reach the peak of Celestial Demon Mountain, which is Celestial Demon Peak. Black, Immortal Mountain Master explained. That's it. Ling Xiao was a little curious. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Don't be happy yet. Celestial Demon Mountain is more than 8,000 meters high and covered in snow all year round. It's extremely cold. It's the favorite trial ground of the Eight Immortals Mountain disciples. The harsh environment, powerful monsters, and celestial demons create the terror of Celestial Demon Mountain. Black Immortal Mountain Master reminded, the strongest celestial demons and monsters on Celestial Demon Mountain have reached the peak of the third level of Hell, or the early stage of the third level of 1 star, which is about the same as the third level of Ghost Prison. The monsters don't matter. The key is those celestial demons. They have intelligence, so you must be careful. I understand, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao nodded. Celestial Demon Mountain was definitely not a good place to make Black Immortal Mountain Master so nervous. There's another troublesome thing. The test of trampling Celestial Demon Mountain is not a one-on-one battle, but a group of 5. Black Immortal Mountain Master added. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately frowned. He hadn't been in the Eight Immortals Mountain for long, so he didn't know many friends. If he participated in the test alone, he might have a chance to succeed. But if he formed a group, it might not be so. And what's more troublesome is that to pass the first test, all 5 people in the group must reach Celestial Demon Peak alive. If one person dies, it's considered a failure. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain threw another bomb that made Ling Xiao unhappy. He was simply deliberately making things difficult for a newcomer like him. Who could he form a team with? Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying. But even so, he was still short of one person. Could he ask Zhou Tong to make up the numbers? That was impossible. Zhou Tong was already at odds with him. So how could he possibly wholeheartedly help him? Who knows? They might even deliberately seek death and ruin his assessment. It's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. How do we determine the victor? Whoever reaches Celestial Devil Peak first will win. Ling Xiao asked. There was no point in fretting over the matter of forming a team. It was better to figure out what they didn't know first. No, according to the rules, as long as you can reach the Heavenly Devil Peak within 3 days, it's fine. The key to victory is the soul-locking token. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord shook his head and said, What is the soul-locking token? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The soul-locking tablet is a special magic treasure of the Eight Immortals Mountain. As long as you drip a drop of blood on it and then wear it, it can display the disciple's physical condition. Every one of the 100 disciples participating in the assessment will have one. What you need to do is to try your best to snatch the other people's soul-locking tokens. In the end, the 4 groups with the most soul-locking tokens, which means 20 people, will enter the second stage of the assessment. At this point, the Black Immortal Mountain Lord specially reminded Ling Xiao, don't kill people rashly, because the soul-locking token will record everything. It will be very troublesome. Of course, there are exceptions under special circumstances. After all, you have too many enemies. If others want to kill you, you won't be willing to surrender. I can still understand this. What if I encounter danger and want to ask for help? Ling Xiao asked again. It's very simple. Your soul-locking token has the function of releasing a distress signal once. If you confirm that you can't continue the assessment, release the signal. At that time, the experts in the sect will naturally go to rescue you. Unless an unforeseen accident occurs, you shouldn't die. Do you have any other questions? The Black Immortal Mountain Lord asked again. Ling Xiao thought for a while. He already had a basic understanding of the assessment of trampling the Heavenly Devil Mountain. In short, the first stage was about the martial artist's social relations and teamwork. Although individual ability was very important, it was definitely not the most important, because as long as one person in the group was eliminated, the whole group would be eliminated. Not only did they have to ensure that the members of the group were intact, but they also had to obtain as many soul-locking tokens as possible under this condition. To think that the people of 8 Immortal Mountain could come up with this kind of assessment, it was really difficult. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not always a loner. He also had friends and had once led an army to battle. Teamwork was not a problem for him. In particular, he knew formations, which were crucial to increasing the combat strength of the group. This first stage seemed difficult for him, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. I don't have any other questions, but it's probably a little difficult to form a group. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I've considered this for you. Cheng Feiying, Lin Yang, your eldest senior brother Bei Renfeng, and you, a total of 4 people. You just need to find one more person. Zhou Tong has already joined another group, so he can't be in the same group as you. However, what's interesting is that the Qingwan flower of Green Immortal Mountain has become a loner. Perhaps she can join your group. When the Black Immortal Mountain Lord mentioned this Qingwan flower, he seemed to be frowning. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. Ling Xiao said. Since he wanted to ensure that he could pass this assessment smoothly, he had to understand all the members of his group. Bei Renfeng was straightforward and a martial arts fanatic. Cheng Feiying was his friend, and her strength was quite good. Moreover, he seemed to have some unresolvable feelings for her. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Lin Yang was his good brother. Although his strength was not as good, his loyalty was the highest. He really did not understand what this Qingwan flower was like. This Qingwan flower's aptitude is only second to Desert Cloud and Akira, and her strength is close to those two. However, you also know that geniuses are more arrogant, and this Qingwan flower is even more so. In Green Immortal Mountain, she is almost a loner and has no friends. Her most common saying is, teammates are burdens. She doesn't need them at all. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly. It sounds like she has been tricked by her teammates before. That's why she has such a psychological shadow. She probably despises the few of us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Maybe she just despises you. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly and said, Lin Yang's current cultivation is higher than yours. He has reached the late stage of the 2nd level of hell. Although you are a first transition martial artist, you are only at the peak of the 1st level of hell. I'll say something that might upset you, but other than your friends, no one else is willing to team up with you. These words did sound quite cruel. However, Ling Xiao smiled. The contempt of others was his motivation. He wanted to let everyone know that only those who followed him, Ling Xiao, had a chance of success. And those who looked down on him would definitely be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao actually liked to see those who looked down on him dumbfounded and helpless. Chapter 23:33. The second stage is simpler and more direct. After the final 20 people are decided, the original team will be split into 4 groups. These 4 groups will be decided by drawing lots. One person will be chosen from each group. In the end, these 5 people will challenge each other in a cycle. The top 3 will join the Dark Tribe of 8 Immortal Mountain according to the results of the challenge. the Black Immortal Mountain Master explained, but Heavenly Devil Peak is not an ordinary place. There is a fragment space there that is very strange. The location of the final battle can be any kind of harsh environment. Adaptability and strength are both important. So, Ling Xiao, you don't have no chance at all. As long as you make good use of the environment, you can still advance. It was obvious that the Black Immortal Mountain Master was comforting Ling Xiao. As the Mountain Master, he couldn't possibly discourage his own disciple. However, his comforting tone was a little too obvious. Everyone present heard it clearly. If he can advance, roosters will be laying eggs. Zhou Tong finally couldn't help but say this. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was the true portrayal in many people's hearts. No one thought that Ling Xiao could advance to 8 Immortal Mountain in the end. Even those who truly supported Ling Xiao felt that it was impossible. After all, although Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, his strength was too weak. No matter how smart he was, in the end, the assessment still depended on strength. Of course, Ling Xiao had to admit that if it was before his breakthrough, perhaps this idea was right. At that time, even he felt that it was impossible for him to advance. But now, everything was different. His cultivation had continuously increased to the late stage of the first transformation, second level of hell. He had also cultivated the advanced lightning battle body and the advanced lava battle body, and grasped the advanced jade grade secret technique. His strength was much stronger than before. It was simply incomparable. Just wait to be dumbfounded. Ling Xiao will shock all of you. Secretly smiling, Ling Xiao's mood suddenly relaxed. Once he became stronger, the pressure would not be so great. Seeing Ling Xiao so confident and relaxed, the Black Immortal Mountain Master couldn't help but be stunned. He had taught many disciples, but Ling Xiao was the only one he couldn't see through. Perhaps this person really had some secrets that no one knew about. If that was the case, it would be a huge surprise. His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Perhaps the advancement test this time would be extremely exciting. Lin Ruoxian also seemed to have the same misconception and expectation. Hai Rinfeng patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. "Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior brother has already taken the test a few times, but I still haven't passed. This is your first time participating in the advancement test. Even if you don't pass, you can come back next year. With your talent, you will definitely be stronger than Desert Cloud and Akira by next year." His long-winded words were actually sincere. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He was considered lucky. Other than Qing Wanhua, the rest of his teammates were trustworthy. This time, not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted the other 4 to successfully enter the second stage. At the second stage, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. All right, there's nothing more to say about this test. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you will follow me to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. All the participating disciples will gather there and be divided into groups. The Black Immortal Mountain Master left after he finished speaking. He didn't want to delay Ling Xiao and the others. Scarlet Immortal Mountain was the strongest mountain in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Therefore, every time the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain gathered, they would start there. This had never changed, even if Ling Xiao appeared in Black Immortal Mountain. It also couldn't change the strength of Desert Cloud and Akira, unless Ling Xiao suppressed the 2 of them in this 8 Immortal Mountain test. Perhaps Black Immortal Mountain would still have a chance to raise its head. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master left, Lin Ruoxian also left. These few days, she helped Ling Xiao protect him and didn't have a good rest. This time, she had to go back and have a good rest. Hai Rinfeng, Zhou Tong, and Feng Ru left one after another. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, he did not cultivate. Instead, he slept soundly. He wanted to be in his best condition. For Yin-Yang realm martial artists, sleep was something they could do without. However, Ling Xiao still liked to sleep for a while, because he found that his body's functions recovered dozens of times faster than when he woke up. The next morning, the Black Immortal Mountain Master came to find Ling Xiao as promised. He also brought Hai Rinfeng and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. The distance from Black Immortal Mountain to Scarlet Immortal Mountain was not short. However, for an Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it didn't take long. After about 30 minutes, the four of them arrived at the foot of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Please inform the Black Immortal Mountain Master that he has brought his disciples Ling Xiao, Hai Rinfeng, and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountain Test. Even when facing the martial artists guarding Scarlet Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master was very polite. To be honest, he was the Mountain Master, an elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. These martial artists guarding the gate were only at the middle stage of the second layer of hell. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill these people. However, he didn't do so. Therefore, there was a saying in 8 Immortal Mountain, Black Immortal Mountain Master Yi Wuxing is a coward, a coward. Was Yi Wuxing his code name or his name? No one outside knew. It was just that everyone called him that. This name was also considered the name of the most useless elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Many disciples who hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm dared to mock and ridicule him behind his back. Dark Knight, Formless, had never said or done anything. He was like a deaf person who couldn't hear or see these things. The attitude of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples proved this. One of the disciples was at the early stage of the second layer of hell. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain could easily crush him like an ant. However, this person looked at Yi Wuxing arrogantly and said, Black Immortal Mountain Master, I'm sorry. The gathering place has changed. We have to go directly to the Heavenly Demon Mountain's Heavenly Demon Outpost. His attitude was very cold and arrogant, as if he was superior to the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain. I see. Then let's go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he called out to Ling Xiao, Ho Rinfeng, and Zhou Tong and prepared to leave. Mountain Master, I want to go to the outhouse. I'll catch up with you later. Zhou Tong suddenly said, feeling very uncomfortable. Go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain still didn't ask any more questions. After Zhou Tong left, Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. Mountain Master, you know that those disciples guarding the gate are talking nonsense, and you know that Zhou Tong going to the outhouse is just an excuse. He should be going to Scarlet Immortal Mountain, right? But why didn't you say it? He questioned a little unhappily. Chapter 23:34. So what if they know? It's obvious that Qi Lian deliberately ordered them to say that. Do you want me to kill those people and then kill my way to Scarlet Deity Mountain? I've already made such a mistake. Sai, forget it. I'd better not talk about it. Let's go. Anyway, I know the way to Demonic Mountain. It's not far. They're just going to take the immortal boat of 8 Immortals Mountain. It's just more comfortable and faster. In the end, we still have to go to the demonic outpost. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain seemed to have some unspeakable difficulties. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't force him. Instead, he suddenly smiled and said, Mountain Master, my personality is different from yours. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to be taken advantage of. If those bastards dare to lie to us, I'll beat them up. After saying that, without waiting for the Mountain Master's reaction, Ling Xiao had already walked toward the 4 disciples guarding the gate of Scarlet Deity Mountain. Kid, you'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, whether you're a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain or not, I'll cripple you first. Seeing Ling Xiao walk over, the first disciple said disdainfully. The second disciple sneered and said, "To tell you the truth, the immortal boat is on Scarlet Deity Mountain right now. Everyone else can enter, but you people from Black Immortal Mountain can't. Of course, Zhou Tong is an exception." The third disciple scolded, "Why are you telling him the truth? This kid is born in the year of the dog. He'll bite." The fourth disciple laughed out loud. "Don't worry, their mountain master is a tortoise. This disciple of his must be a tortoise too. He definitely won't dare to do anything. Besides, what can he do? He's just a martial artist from the first level of hell." The 4 of them echoed each other like a group crosstalk. They didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain, who was nearby, scolded them directly. Moreover, these people spoke the truth casually. It was obvious that they didn't take Black Immortal Mountain seriously. They didn't just look down on Ling Xiao. They didn't even take the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain seriously. In the eyes of this bunch of bastards, there was probably only that old witch Qi Lian in their eyes. Ling Xiao knew that the old witch Qi Lian was scheming against him, but he didn't expect that she would even dare to make a fuss about something as big as going to the 8 Immortals Mountains examination. Good. That was F*King Great. Qi Lian, go ahead and do it. Let's continue. This time, if Akira can pass the test, you can slap my face. I've already given you face. Did that old witch Qi Lian ask you to do this? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Impudent. You actually dare to disrespect your elders and offend your superiors by scolding the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master? Brat, you must be tired of living. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a reason to teach this brat a lesson. Perfect. After saying that, 2 of the 4 guards rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. He attacked without saying a word. Moreover, they were facing Ling Xiao, who was going to participate in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If they were just guards, they naturally wouldn't dare to act like this. They were doing this because they had the backing of Qi Lian. They felt that there wouldn't be any problem if they crippled Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao was waiting for them to attack. If they didn't attack, he really didn't have a legitimate reason to fight back. 2 useless dogs. How dare you attack me, Ling Xiao? I'll smash your mouths. Ling Xiao roared. Not only did he not retreat, but he also charged forward in the face of the enemy's attack. He wasn't afraid of the 2 guards at all. When the Black Immortal Mountain Master saw this scene, he was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped. He even stopped Qi Renfeng, who was rushing out. His eyes flickered with a strange light. With his cultivation, he could naturally see if Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage in the battle. Should he save him? Boom. Smack. With 1 punch and 1 kick, Ling Xiao was actually able to cleanly knock down the 2 guards who had rushed out. However, the 2 guards obviously didn't learn their lesson. Not only did they not learn their lesson, but they also shouted, "Brothers, let's attack together." The Mountain Master said that if we cripple this guy, we will all be rewarded. Originally, there were 2 people attacking Ling Xiao. Now, there were 4 of them. 2 of them were at the advanced stage of the 2nd level of hell. The other 2 were at the intermediate stage and the beginning stage of the 2nd level of hell. With the 4 of them working together, even Qi Renfeng would have a headache. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation level was lower than his, should have been beaten up. However, it was completely different from what Qi Renfeng imagined. Ling Xiao didn't even do much and didn't use any martial arts techniques. He just took a few steps forward like a shooting star. Then, The 4 guards flew out again. Everyone's mouths were filled with blood. Everyone's face was swollen like they were stung by a bee. Their heads were round like balls. 20 slaps for each of them in an instant. This brat seems to be hiding something. An excited smile appeared on the black, immortal mountain master's face. How many years had it been? He had rarely been so excited. That's impossible, Mountain Master. 20 slaps per person? How fast would that be? Ho Renfeng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Renfeng, listen up. During the test, follow Ling Zhao's lead. Do whatever he asks you to do. Don't doubt him. Trust him. At least you won't have any problems in the first round. As for the second round, you can only leave it to fate. The black, immortal mountain master suddenly said. Although I don't know what you mean, I understand. Shi Renfeng was such a person. To put it bluntly, he was brainless. To put it nicely, he was honest. If he believed someone, he would always believe it. He would never doubt it. Even if the mountain master asked him to die, he wouldn't refuse. However, this kind of person was a fool. He was often able to make true friends. The black, immortal mountain master was his teacher and friend. Ling Zhao also treated him as a friend. This was his unique charm. F***CK. It's different from what we agreed on. How is this Ling Zhao easy to deal with? Bastard, I've been tricked. I still have to go on a date with my junior sister tomorrow. My face is almost like a pig's head. I regret it so much. That's nothing. I'm just a pretty boy, and I just happened to hook up with a rich woman. Now, the meal that was right in front of my mouth is gone, just like that. With this face of mine, she probably thinks that she's met a ghost. F***CK. Isn't this a scam? No one told us that Ling Zhao's skills are so good. That terrifying palm wind. I didn't even see it, let alone catch it. It was all a blur. The thing that the 4 of them regretted the most now was provoking the demon Ling Zhao. Not only did they not get the upper hand, but they were also beaten up. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. However, this kid just had to hit them in the face. It turned their pretty faces into a mess. It would probably take a long time for them to recover. The 4 of you, spare us. Spare us, Lord. It's us 4 trash who failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were the foxes who bullied others with the might of the Scarlet Lotus Mountain. But there was nothing we could do. That's what the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master ordered us to do. Chapter 23:35. It's good that you know how to bully others with your power. I specialize in killing dogs. Don't let me encounter something similar in the future. Otherwise, the 4 of you can forget about living. Ling Zhao said coldly. At this moment, the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master walked over and said calmly, Ling Zhao is indeed a little impulsive to hit someone, but don't you think it's too much to ignore me? Go back and tell your mountain master Qi Lian that I, Dark Knight Formless, am not dead yet. Hearing the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master's words, Ling Zhao was really touched, because he understood that the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master was taking the responsibility. This way, Qi Lian would shift her attention to him and not Ling Zhao. After all, he was stronger than Ling Zhao and had more power in the 8 Immortal Mountain. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Ling Zhao and Qi Renfeng followed behind. Ling Zhao, you're hiding something, right? After walking for a while, the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Zhao nodded. To those who supported and loved him, Ling Zhao felt that he could reveal some secrets. That's good. I'm looking forward to it. Although the 4 of them are not qualified to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains test, that's because they're too old. The fact that you can defeat them is enough to show that you're strong. This time, you'll have to shoulder the responsibility of the team leader, whether it's your eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, or Chung Feiying. You have to take good care of them. As for that Qingwan flower, just don't let her be eliminated. However, she shouldn't be eliminated so easily. This was the first time the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master felt that Ling Xiao had become the backbone of the Black Fairy Mountain. Although Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, he always felt that he had the temperament of a child. He was not very stable, and his strength was really not good. But now, perhaps it was time for Ling Xiao to gain some benefits. In the future, if you really become a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain and step into the Dark Tribe, then come find me. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a Dark Tribe member. Dark Knight, Formless suddenly said. This disciple will bear that in mind. Every master of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain was an elder-level figure. Naturally, they also belonged to the 8 clans of the upper 8 Immortals. All right, let's set off immediately. Although my flying bat is slightly slower than that immortal boat, it should be able to make it in time. As they spoke, the 3 of them saw a huge ship flying over their heads. Although it was called an immortal boat, it was more like a giant flywheel ship. On the giant ship, there were many places to rest. Naturally, it was much better than the flying bats. However, Ling Xiao was not envious. Riding on the flying bat was also a form of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of disgust towards Qi Lian for targeting the Black Immortal Mountain. In the past, because he had killed Qi Yan and stole the Thunder Elemental Jade from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao did not want to bully this old woman anymore. But who knew that he wouldn't bully others? Yet others insisted on chasing after him to deal with him. First, it was Akira, and now it was this boring trick. Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. He would not let the other party have an easy time after playing with him, like this. Mountain Master, you won't object if I deal with Qi Lian, right? On the flying bat, Ling Xiao suddenly asked, Deal with her? How? The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain was stunned for a moment before asking. Then you don't have to worry about it. In short, I will definitely make Qi Lian bow her head obediently when she sees us in the future. She might even kneel down and kowtow. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It seemed like a good idea to have an elder level maid. You'd better be careful. Although I know that nothing I say can change your mind, I used to be as carefree and as proud and confident as you. But after that incident, sigh, it's really sad to talk about the past. It's better not to talk about it. This was the second time Knight Formless suddenly paused on the same topic. Obviously, it was a scar that he did not want to open. That scar was too painful for him, so much so that he did not want to touch it at all. Since he did not want to talk about it, Ling Xiao naturally did not ask. Hai Renfeng just sat there and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. He was not stupid, he was just straightforward. The Mountain Master asked him to follow Ling Xiao and listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements, so he began to observe Ling Xiao. In the face of the upcoming assessment, and even talking about Qi Lian, Hai Renfeng was extremely nervous. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. But Ling Xiao always seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He did not feel nervous at all. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for Qi Lian. Junior brother Ling, how many secrets do you have? But forget it, I'm not used to thinking anyway. Since the Mountain Master asked me to follow you, I'll follow you. Hai Renfeng looked at the constantly changing scenery in front of him and simply gave up on thinking, which he was not good at. After all, he had a headache when he thought. The ferry boat had long disappeared. It was obvious how fast it was. However, the flying bat also arrived in the vicinity of Demonic Mountain about 3 hours later. That's Demonic Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at the mountain peak in the distance in shock. This mountain peak was extremely strange. It had a main peak, and it was surrounded by 13 peaks that were slightly shorter than the main peak. The entire mountain looked very strange. The main peak was covered in snow all year round and was abnormally cold. However, the 13 peaks each had their own characteristics. Some had thunder and lightning, some had dark winds and rain, and some had blazing suns. In short, none of the 13 peaks were the same. Do you know that if you want to reach the main peak, you have to pass through the 13 peaks? There's only one path to the peak. When the time comes, you have to be careful. The harsh conditions here are simply terrifying. Don't take it lightly. When they were about to arrive, the mountain master of Black Deity Mountain specially reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never reject the sincere kindness of others. Also, at any time, saving your life is important. If you really can't, just ask for help. Don't feel embarrassed. Rinfeng, you're the same. You only have a chance when you're alive. Once you die, you'll have nothing. The mountain master of Black Deity Mountain added. Ling Xiao nodded. That was natural, but he would try his best to avoid such a situation. Because once he asked for help, it was equivalent to being eliminated. That was really not what he wanted. It was still early, but Demonic Mountain was gloomy as if it was night. The sunlight was blocked by a thick layer of fog. One could only vaguely see a lonely outpost under the haze. The outpost was not large, but it could accommodate hundreds of people. In the past, the outpost was very quiet. Only the martial artists guarding here would feel the desolation of being alone. But today it was unusually lively. The lights were brighter than usual, and he could even hear the laughter and the sound of cooking and cutting inside. It seemed that, for the people at the outpost, being able to take the annual assessment of 8 Immortals Mountain was as grand as a festival. Let's go. Chapter 2336. Dark Night Formless controlled the flying bat to land. At this moment, they were still a few hundred meters away from the sentry post. That was because the sentry post's attack range was within 300 meters. Everything in the sky would attack. Stop. When the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain led Ling Xiao and Tian Rinfeng to the sentry post, someone on the archer tower stuck his head out and shouted. He held a sharp bow in his hand and wore blood-red armor. His strength was quite impressive. His cultivation was already at the peak of the second layer of hell. The key was his terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that it was accumulated through years of killing. Who are you? Quickly report your names. This is the sentry post of 8 Immortal Mountain. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. As the cold voice sounded, the sharp arrow was already aimed at Ling Xiao, Dark Night Formless, and Tian Rinfeng. Please wait. I'm Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, Dark Night Formless. I've brought my disciples Ling Xiao and Tian Rinfeng to participate in the entrance examination of 8 Immortal Mountain. Dark Night Formless was still very polite to everyone. He spoke politely and definitely wouldn't offend anyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. As long as the other party wasn't deaf, it was impossible for them not to hear him. Of course, perhaps his attitude was too good, so it didn't have any deterrence. If it were any other mountain master, they would probably have scolded him sternly. Humph, where did this thief come from? Do you think we're easy to fool? Half an hour ago, the immortal boat had already arrived at the sentry post. All the participating disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were resting inside. Even if you want to lie, find a better reason. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll attack. The archer on the sentry post snorted coldly. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master token is here. It can prove my identity. Dark Night Formless still didn't get angry. Instead, he took out his own token. Perhaps he felt that the other party was responsible, so it wasn't wrong to do so. However, he was being polite. But the other party's arrogance was even stronger. Mountain Master Qi Lian has already said that everyone from Ada Mortal Mountain has arrived. If anyone else comes, they're thieves. Do you want to die? The archer suddenly released the bowstring in his hand, and a sharp arrow pierced through the air. The arrow was wrapped in a terrifying Yin-Yang Yuan force, and it whistled in the air. Although this arrow could not hurt Dark Knight Formless, to be treated in such a manner, any other mountain lord would be furious. However, Dark Knight Formless merely waved his hand lightly and swatted the arrow away. The arrow quietly disappeared into the void. Qi Lian is the mountain lord, and so am I. Wouldn't it be a bit too much for you to act rashly without looking at the token? Even a clay figurine would get angry. Faced with such treatment, it was impossible for Dark Knight Formless to not be angry. Ling Xiao could feel that this person was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Bullshit! Kill him! Someone shouted angrily, and dozens of arrows flew over, not giving Dark Knight Formless a chance to explain. At this moment, inside the outpost, a pair of eyes were observing the situation, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer of schadenfreude. This person was naturally Qi Lian. Ling Xiao had offended her Scarlet Immortal Mountain. She wanted to make the entire Black Immortal Mountain unable to raise their heads. You offended your superiors and attacked the Mountain Lord. You deserve death. Kill. Ling Xiao did not have a good temper, like Dark Knight Formless. If it was said that it was the other party's fault for not allowing them to enter at the start, then at this moment, it was clear that the other party was being unreasonable. Dark Knight Formless had already taken out the token for them to check. Not only did they not check, but they also attacked. They were so unreasonable. Ling Xiao could not hold it in. With a roar, he suddenly rushed out from behind Dark Knight Formless like a ghost. In the perpetually gray environment, his speed was so fast that it was strange. A series of terrifying cold lights flickered in the night. Then, more than 10 corpses were thrown down the city walls and arrow towers. Ling Xiao did not show mercy. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also decisive, because he knew very well that if he showed any mercy, he would immediately be surrounded. These people were not to be trifled with. Although their cultivation levels were not necessarily high, they had been fighting on Demonic Mountain all year round, so their combat strength was not weak. Ling Xiao dared to attack because he had something to rely on. He knew that Dark Knight Formless was very strong. He also knew that his actions were in accordance with the rules of Ada Mortal's Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was an elder. These people dared to shoot him, which was a capital offense. Whether it was someone secretly spying on him to frame him or use the rules of Ada Mortal's Mountain to punish him, it was impossible. He could feel the bottom line in Dark Knight Formless' heart. This person looked very cowardly, very tolerant, but even the most honest person had his own bottom line. When others crossed this bottom line, the honest person would also turn into a terrifying beast. Sigh. Seeing Ling Xiao's clean and efficient killing method, Dark Knight Formless did not know whether to laugh or cry. From this attack, it could be seen that Ling Xiao had hidden a lot of his strength. However, although it was satisfying to kill people, it was somewhat troublesome. Impudent! How dare you kill people from Demonic Outpost? Just as Ling Xiao killed more than 10 martial artists from Demonic Outpost, a sword light pierced through the air. The sword light was ruthless, and it was obvious that it did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. However, Ling Xiao had long been on guard against someone attacking him. Although this sword light was very terrifying, and he could not block it at all. But dodging was not a problem. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind Dark Knight Formless. When the sword light arrived in front of Dark Knight Formless, it did not stop as if it wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless as well. But the moment the sword light touched Dark Knight Formless, it disappeared. Just like the arrow that disappeared earlier. What? In the void, a cry of surprise sounded. Only then did Ling Xiao see the appearance of the person who came clearly. It was none other than Sand Eagle. This Sand Eagle should be a disciple of 8 Immortals Mountain who was responsible for the safety of the assessment members. There were probably others who came with him. Dark Knight Formless, are you trying to rebel? You actually connive at your disciple to commit murder? Sand Eagle actually called the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain by his name. It was enough to see how arrogant he was. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about this. He only said indifferently, "If I kill them, what's the point of them killing me?" Sand Eagle was speechless. Only now did he remember that Dark Knight Formless status was much higher than those people who died, much higher than him. "Let's go." Dark Knight Formless did not say anything else. While Sand Eagle was in a daze, he led Ling Xiao and Ho Rinfeng into the demonic outpost. In the demonic outpost, there was the largest building. It was originally used to hold military meetings, but now it had become a temporary gathering place for the participants of the assessment. There was delicious wine and food on the table. The participants of 8 Immortals Mountain and the Mountain Master, who led the disciples, were all there to enjoy the delicious food. Just as the atmosphere was lively, the door was pushed open. 3 people walked in from outside. Chapter 2337. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the room, he felt everyone's eyes on them. Ho Rinfeng was actually a little shy and hid behind Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. He observed these people. There were acquaintances and strangers. The acquaintances were naturally the mountain lords of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, as well as Cheng Feiying, Desert Cloud, and Akira, whom he had met before. Naturally, there were more strangers. Ling Xiao had never seen most of the participants before coming here. These people were the true elites of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. That time in the ghost prison trial was nothing. Ling Xiao. Boss. Seeing Ling Xiao, Cheng Feiying and Lin Yang excitedly walked over, obviously to prevent Ling Xiao from feeling awkward. However, they were worried too much. Ling Xiao had experienced such a scene more than once. Ling Xiao had also experienced scenes grander than this, but it was nothing. After Ling Xiao greeted Cheng Feiying and Lin Yang, he looked at the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Over there, Qi Lian was looking at him with a smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Qi Ling, and Sha Diyun were also gloating. It was as if they were saying, "You're done for, kid. Your Black Deity Mountain is done for." Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he looked towards the seats of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, Zhou Tong was sitting there alone. This guy was not polite at all, sitting directly on the seat that only the mountain lords were qualified to sit on, and bragging to the female disciples beside him. When Ling Xiao saw this bastard, he couldn't help but feel angry. He really didn't know why Dark Knight Formless still wanted this kind of traitor. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked over. "Get lost." His voice was filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Tong, don't be afraid. He won't dare to do anything to you. I'll stand up for you here." Seeing that Zhou Tong had been intimidated by Ling Xiao, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Desert Cloud suddenly said something. Zhou Tong sat back down. With the Desert Cloud, what was there to be afraid of? It was not like he was facing Ling Xiao alone. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said, "I don't believe that with me here, you dare to touch him. Idiot, you think too highly of yourself." Finished talking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. slapping Zhou Tong on the face, directly sending Zhou Tong flying out. Not only was this slap ruthless, it was also skillful, sending Zhou Tong directly into the crowd of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. You traitorous dog! Since you like the Scarlet Immortal Mountain so much, don't ever return to the Black Immortal Mountain again. Then he looked at the stunned Desert Cloud and said, Desert Cloud, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have hit him. It's all your fault. Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're really nothing. Desert Cloud's face turned red from all the choking, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Instead, Qi Lian sneered and said, Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? What crime have I committed? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You're at the 8 Immortal Mountain, and you beat up my guarding disciple. That's one of the reasons. Just now, outside, you killed more than 10 warriors of the Tianma outpost. That's the second reason, and it's a capital offense. Now, you're offending your superiors and beating up your own senior brother. That's the third reason. Your death is not to be regretted, Qi Lian said with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord Qi Lian. I thought that as a Mountain Lord, you would at least have some sense of shame. But I didn't expect that not only do you have no sense of shame, you don't even care about your face. Do you think that just because you're the Mountain Lord of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, you can do whatever you want and look down on others? The 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't belong to your Qi family, and it doesn't belong to you, Qi Lian. You're not worthy. Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying something shocking. At this moment, the scene was as silent as a dead land. There was no sound at all. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Even the mountain lords were included. They were all experts, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to curse Qi Lian in front of so many people. After a moment, the shocked expressions on some people's faces turned into meaningful smiles. For some, it turned into anger. The most furious ones were naturally the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. In their hearts, Qi Lian was a supreme expert. They usually respected him and did not even dare to talk about him behind his back. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to insult their mountain lord today. If Ling Xiao didn't die, how could the Scarlet Immortal Mountain establish itself in the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future? Ho Renfeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so bold. It was fine if he went against the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but today he even dared to go against Qi Lian? Wasn't this a little too valiant? What should they do? They all looked at the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, only this person could save Ling Xiao's life. Yi Knight Formless sighed, helplessly, and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if he was looking at his past self. Should he let this kid suffer a little and remember this lesson? Or should he protect him? Yi Knight Formless was a little conflicted. As for Ling Xiao, he just looked at Qi Lian without the slightest hint of fear. Although Qi Lian's cultivation was much stronger than his, it was not a problem. If Yi Knight Formless was willing to help, he would naturally not die. If Yi Knight Formless was not willing to help, then Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Qi Lian. Without this bit of confidence, he would not have acted like this. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would lose his life. At this time, many people were looking at Qi Lian, waiting to see what he would do. However, at this time, several disciples jumped out from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. They were all warriors of the 2nd level of Hell. There was also one who was at the peak of the 2nd level of Hell. They wanted to win back face for their mountain lord. Kid, you're only at the peak of the 1st level of Hell. Letting you participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is already giving you enough face. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and not repent after committing such a big mistake. You even insulted our mountain lord in front of everyone. You deserve to die." The one who spoke was the peak of the first level of hell. He was probably only slightly weaker than Akira in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He was considered very strong. However, after speaking, he did not make a move. Instead, it was the people behind him who pounced on Ling Xiao. Qi Lian just watched indifferently as his disciples attacked Ling Xiao. Many others were also happy to watch the show. However, the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord stood up with a smile. A faint aura spread out and actually blocked those people. "Aya, Ling Xiao, this is your fault. Mountain Lord Qi Lian is a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. You must be respectful to her. Even if she said something wrong, you can't talk back and you can't scold her. You're a junior, you must learn to swallow your anger." Chapter 2338. Old Chung, Scram. Today's matter isn't something you can meddle in. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Just as the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord finished speaking, Qi Lian suddenly threatened in a cold voice. Even the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord's expression darkened when he heard this. He was old enough to be Qi Lian's grandfather. Although he was not as strong as Qi Lian, how could he feel good after being insulted like this? "Senior Chung, you saw it too. Not only does Qi Lian look down on our Mountain Lord, he doesn't even take you seriously. Actually, you don't have to be angry. If you get angry with such a shameless person, you'll hurt your body. Others will be happy." At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qi Lian and said, "You said my 3 sins. Today I'll tear off your ugly and shameless face in front of everyone." Qi Lian was aggressive. He would definitely not sit still and wait for death. There were some things that had to be said clearly. At this moment, outside the meeting hall, a few figures who were originally rushing over suddenly stopped. Because the leader had given an order, he seemed to be listening to the conversation in the meeting hall with interest. "Qi Lian, you said I hit your mountain guard disciple, but you didn't ask why. The immortal boat had not left yet, but they lied to us, saying that the immortal boat had already left and refused to let us onto Scarlet Immortal Mountain. It's fine if it's me, but they actually insulted and criticized our Mountain Lord. Is it wrong for me to hit them? You said I killed the disciples of the Sky Fiend outpost. Yes, but that's what they deserved. As martial artists of the outpost, they did not know how to be loyal to their duties. Instead, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They even offended their superiors and tried to kill our Mountain Lord. Is it wrong for me to kill them? You said I offended my superiors by hitting Zhou Tong? What a joke! Zhou Tong has long been expelled from Black Immortal Mountain by our Mountain Lord. He's no longer a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Shouldn't I beat up such a traitor who is occupying the seats of our Black Immortal Mountain? You're talking nonsense. When was I expelled from Black Immortal Mountain? Half of Zhou Tong's face was swollen, but he could not help but shout. When I left the 8 Immortals Mountain, Dark Knight Formless suddenly spoke up. That was my final test for you, but it's a pity that you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, you, Zhou Tong, are no longer a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Zhou Tong was completely dumbfounded. In the past, no matter how mischievous he was, Dark Knight Formless would always be able to endure and forgive him. But why this time? Why not? He was actually expelled from the Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao. It must be that guy Ling Xiao. He was the one who stirred up trouble in front of Dark Knight Formless. Zhou Tong hated Ling Xiao to death. But when he touched the side of his face that was in so much pain, he didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao dared to beat him up in front of Desert Cloud. He was really afraid that the lunatic would kill him regardless of the consequences. That would be too unlucky. After casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Tong, Ling Xiao turned to Qi Lian and said, "Qi Lian, tell me about my 3 sins." "I'd like to tell you about your 3 sins. The first sin is that you instigated your subordinates to lie and become enemies with the Black Immortal Mountain, destroying the unity of the 8 Immortal Mountain. As the Mountain Lord, you are extremely narrow-minded. The second sin is that you bribed the warriors of the outpost to support them and make them deal with the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. You are simply heartless. The third sin is that you falsely accused me in an attempt to sever my future. As a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, don't you feel ashamed for treating a mere disciple like me? To be honest, I'm truly ashamed to be associated with you. Why does the 8 Immortal Mountain have an elder like you?" When these impassioned words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Some people were even angrier, so angry that their bodies trembled. Some people had faint smiles, finding it amusing. Some people were still gloating. It was unknown if they were targeting Ling Xiao or Qi Lian. Although Qi Lian was enjoying her current glory, there were still many people who secretly wished for her to be unlucky. If all the crimes that Ling Xiao said were true, then Qi Lian really couldn't afford to be punished. Of course, everyone knew that even if those crimes were true, the 8 Immortal Mountain wouldn't do anything to Qi Lian. At most, they would verbally reprimand her or even fine her salary. But even so, Qi Lian was embarrassed enough. What people like her cared about the most was their reputation. If she was punished by a mere disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Qi Lian would really go crazy with anger. What nonsense! With a disciple like you in the Black Immortal Mountain, it seems like it won't be long before it is completely destroyed. Qi Lian finally stood up. Just now, she had allowed her disciples to do it, but now she felt that she had no choice but to do it herself. "I'm just spouting nonsense. I have solid evidence for everything I say. Do you want me to show it all to you? Especially the evidence of you bribing the warriors of the outpost. I believe that many people will be very interested. After all, many people covet the position of elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain." Ling Xiao sneered. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, the number of elders was fixed, so only when other elders stepped down could the people behind them follow. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation was similar to an elder's, one could only be second. No need. You don't have evidence. It's all the same. Qi Lian's voice was gloomy and cold. For her, killing Ling Xiao was enough. There was no need to prove her innocence at all. Anyway, the sect wouldn't offend her for Ling Xiao. Qi Lian was a member of the Sand Race. When she was promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain, she had already been taken in by the Sand Race. As long as the Sand Race didn't fall, Qi Lian wouldn't fall. One had to know that Sha Hai had caused so much trouble in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. Logically speaking, his death shouldn't be regretted. However, because of the Sand Race, not only did Sha Hai not die, but he also received some compensation. Of course, poor Sha Hai had taken a solid step on the road of death. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be considered as getting his wish. Although Qi Lian wasn't a member of the Sand Race, she was the wife of a member of the Sand Race. Her husband was a big shot in the Sand Race and a doyen of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Since Sha Hai was fine, it was even more impossible for her to be in trouble. "Are you going to kill me? Are you angry from embarrassment?" Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked with a sneer, "Whatever you say. You're just a small disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Just because you contradicted me, you deserve to die. Nothing will happen to me if I kill you." Qi Lian's words were very straightforward and cruel. It was like this in the mystic world. If you had strength and status, you could make mistakes and even commit crimes. If you killed someone, You wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Sigh, what a pity. I heard that this little guy is quite talented. Even if he can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain this year, he can still do it next year. Now, there's no chance. Yeah, he doesn't know how to endure everything. Instead, he's so reckless. If he doesn't die, he'll be letting down his character. Chapter 23:39. You can't say that. He wants to endure, but the problem is that Qi Lian is so overbearing. She directly gave him the 3 sins. Is he going to accept it without saying anything? Won't he still die if he accepts it? Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master disagreed. In the beginning, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could endure. After all, he was a junior. It was fine to endure. But with Qi Lian's crazy personality, there was no way he could endure it. Akira and Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao coldly. They thought that Ling Xiao's ability to court death had improved. It seemed that they didn't have to do anything. Zhou Tong shouted hysterically, "Mountain Master Qi Lian, kill him! Kill that arrogant kid!" If Miss Yen wasn't killed by him, he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains test. You must avenge Miss Yen. These words were said at the right time. Qi Lian's gaze turned even colder when she thought of her dead daughter. Her expression became even more ferocious. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over, wanting to devour Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao tried his best to resist, but he still felt terrified. It was as if the surrounding space was about to collapse, compressing his body continuously. So strong. Although this old witch has a bad temper and is very shameless, I have to admit that I can't fight with her with my current strength. I can only run. Ling Xiao had already prepared a way out for himself. However, whether he wanted to run or not depended on whether Night Formless was willing to help. If he wanted the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master to regain his former arrogance, he had to take some risks. At this time, it was very likely that he would be injured. Damn it! As long as I don't die and can summon back Night Formless fighting spirit, it's worth it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly transformed into the iron-armored bull demon. Under this transformation, his defense was the strongest. He's not running? What is he trying to do? Actually, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would use his movement technique to escape. Night Formless thought so too. However, Ling Xiao refused to run away at all. He stood there and transformed into the armored bull demon, activating the intermediate lava combat body. In addition to the steel-armored ox demon transformation, there was an additional layer of powerful lava armor. Lunatic, does he really want to die? Crimson Viper isn't the desert sea. He can't really be planning to meet force with force, right? Is this child's brain flooded with water? Who knows? Many of his methods have always been incomprehensible. I guess it's because of his bad temper. He listened to the discussions around him. In fact, Ling Xiao was also under a lot of pressure. However, he believed that with his profound world physique, steel-armored ox demon transformation, lava armor, and life martial soul's terrifying recovery ability, he would be able to escape. It was basically impossible for Crimson Viper to kill him in one strike. If you ran, you might still have a chance. Why are you standing there and waiting for death? Only his backbone was worthy of my praise. However, he still has to die. Crimson Viper snorted coldly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She used nearly 50% of her strength in the fierce palm strike. Of course, she couldn't use all her strength to deal with Ling Xiao. What a joke! She was the mountain master of Crimson Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao was nothing. If she really attacked with all her strength, she would become a complete laughingstock. However, she believed that 50% of her strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. When she attacked with her palm, Ling Xiao hurriedly threw out a palm strike. The two palms collided. Crimson Viper frowned slightly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying out of the door of the meeting hall and fell heavily outside. Everyone inside could hear the sound of something being knocked over. Night, formless figure flashed and pounced out. Everyone also walked out of the meeting hall because many people wanted to know how badly Ling Xiao had been beaten. I guess even his bones are broken. Mountain Master Crimson, demonic nether palm, was used just now. I guess Ling Xiao's corpse would have long been turned into a pool of blood. Tisk tsk. If that's the case, that kid really deserves it. Who asked him to provoke Mountain Master Crimson Fairy for no reason? I wonder how strong he is. What a joke. While chatting and laughing, everyone went outside. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Even though Ling Xiao looked like he was in a sorry state, he still managed to get up from the ground. Other than his lava armor being shattered and his steel-armored bull demon transformation being reverted to its original form, there was only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This injury seemed to be much lighter than he had imagined. It must be an internal injury. That kid is forcing himself. Someone said. The one who spoke was naturally a disciple of Crimson Fairy Mountain because they couldn't accept the fact that Crimson Fairy's palm strike couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Yes. It must be an internal injury. I guess he will die soon. Another person chimed in. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao just stood there and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Crimson Fairy with a smile and said, "Old witch, your palm strike isn't that strong. You can't even kill me, and you want to kill Senior Chung?" Yihei Wuxing stood beside Ling Xiao and sighed softly. "Enough, Ling Xiao. You will learn to endure after suffering a little. Go and heal your injuries first. I will settle the rest for you." The reason why he didn't help just now was because he could see that Ling Xiao wouldn't die, but he would definitely suffer a little. He hoped that this suffering could teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know the benefits of keeping a low profile. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at Yihei Wuxing and said, "Mountain Master, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but Ling Xiao, can't apologize to this son of a bitch. I would rather die than endure. This is my martial Dao. My Ling Xiao's unyielding martial Dao." After suffering from Crimson Fairy's palm strike, Ling Xiao became even more confident because he knew the limits of what he could endure. He knew that Crimson Fairy didn't use her full strength, but he didn't use his full strength either. Therefore, if they really fought, it would be hard to say. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, a young figure suddenly appeared in Yihei Wuxing's mind. That was his son. In the past, he had the same top-notch talent as Ling Xiao and admired Ling Yin very much. However, because he refused to admit defeat, he was beaten to death. That child had always said that persistence was his martial Dao, but in the end, was persistence so important? Why couldn't he admit defeat? If he admitted defeat, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. "Mountain Master, if I admit defeat, I really won't have to die?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. When you encounter someone like Crimson Fairy, the result of admitting defeat will only be a worse death. The little birds on the streets don't know how to resist and are tortured to death by those vicious children. However, scorpions are smaller than ants, but they know how to resist. Even if they die, they will stab their poisonous tails into the other party's body. Instead, they survived. If others want you to die, it's not a matter of whether you admit defeat or resist, but a matter of whether you are strong or weak. Chapter 2340. Ling Xiao's words might have been simple, they might have been extreme, but they rang in dark night, formless ears like a morning bell. Deafening. He'd never thought of it that way before. His son's death wasn't because he refused to admit defeat, nor was it because he was a coward. It was because the enemy was too cruel, because his son was too weak. Ever since his son's death, he'd been depressed. He'd never even considered avenging his son. For one thing, the enemy's status was too high. For another, he'd been dealt a heavy blow. He hadn't been able to protect his son, but couldn't he protect his disciple as well? His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suddenly, he shielded Ling Xiao behind him and looked at the dark cultivator who'd been eavesdropping on the conversation. "No light in the night. Are you not going to intervene?" Dark Knight, formless, asked the dark cultivator coldly. "Why should I intervene if he wants to die? If he can survive, then he'll be strong. If he can survive Crimson Viper's attack without help, then I can announce that he's a member of the dark race. He won't have to take any tests." "No light in the night," said Cooley. "You're still as cold and heartless as ever." Dark Knight, formless, sighed. His tone suddenly turned stern. "You'd better not stop me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." What? Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. The Mountain Lord was considered the most cowardly and incompetent of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. How dare he threaten a high and mighty Dark Elder? "Do you still know how to kill?" No Light in the Night sneered. "More than enough to kill you." Dark Knight, formless, said coolly. "Haha, there's no use in talking. Stop Crimson Viper first." No Light in the Night chuckled. Dark Knight, formless, looked at Crimson Viper. His voice was as cold as ice. "Stop. You're no match for me, and I won't allow you to hurt my disciple." What a joke. Crimson Viper didn't take Dark Knight, formless, seriously. He was secretly delighted that No Light in the Night wasn't going to intervene. He wanted to beat up both Dark Knight, formless, and Ling Xiao. It was the same Crimson Demon Dark Palm, but it was more powerful than before. A crimson demon appeared in its wake. Crimson Demon Viper's dark purple flames burned in the air. Stubborn. Dark Knight, formless, seemed to have changed into a different person. His attitude changed from his previous humble and low-key attitude to domineering and cold. Perhaps this was his true personality, which had been hidden by that mask for too long. Perhaps it was because of this personality that he and Ling Xiao had common topics to talk about. After all, the two of them were quite similar in personality. Black Soul Form, destroying fist. The moment Qi, Lian's palm, wind approached Dark Knight, only then did Dark Knight, formless, suddenly punch out. A terrifying fist wind burst out. A strange situation occurred. All of Crimson Viper's palm wind and palm force had actually disappeared. It was as if it had been erased by something. It had completely disappeared. Qi Lian retreated dozens of meters in horror before he could stop himself. She wasn't injured in the collision, but Dark Knight, formless strength had left a deep impression on her. He wasn't a coward. He was a truly terrifying existence. I didn't expect Dark Knight, formless, to be so strong. This guy is too low-key. He didn't even fight when he was humiliated by ordinary disciples. I thought he didn't know martial arts anymore. I suddenly remembered the title he once had. Yi Zichen said, "You mean killing without leaving a trace?" That's right. At that time, those who were killed by him seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could never be found again. His terror had already been widely spread by the people of Jianghu. However, it was also after that he suddenly disappeared without a trace. He's back. The lords discussed among themselves. They seemed to be thinking of that terrifying existence. Dark Knight, formless, glanced at the nervous Crimson Viper. He didn't pursue him. Instead, he turned to No Light in the Night. "You're an elder of the Dark Clan. Let's talk about the test at 8 Immortals Mountain. You're not as good as you used to be. Crimson Viper should have been turned into ashes by now." No Light in the Night laughed. Why don't you try? Dark Knight Formless said. Forget it. If you have that kind of strength, you should guard your black, immortal mountain well. No Light in the Night smiled. Then he looked at the others and said, Let's go in. It's time to get to the point. He simply said that sentence. He didn't release any pressure or aura. Then he walked toward the meeting hall. But other than Dark Knight Formless, the others didn't dare to disobey. They followed him in. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless didn't explain anything to Ling Xiao. He just said softly and led his disciples back into the meeting hall. Crimson Viper was furious, but she still had to hold it in. She was no match for Dark Knight Formless. Of course, more importantly, she was afraid of No Light in the Night. This person was much scarier than Dark Knight Formless. Disciples participating in the assessment, please form your teams. I believe that your mountain master has already explained the rules to you. I won't say more. After forming your teams, you'll be given the soul lock tokens. No Light in the Night didn't even look at Crimson Viper. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if these two didn't exist in his eyes. Perhaps this was what a strong person looked like. If Ling Xiao was in that position, he probably wouldn't care about these two people who couldn't possibly be a threat to him. If he really had to care about everyone, he would be exhausted. The teams were quickly formed, but there was an unexpected situation. Just as Ling Xiao had worried, and just as Dark Knight Formless had predicted, Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang stood together, and Qingluan Flower of the Green Immortal Mountain stood alone. She didn't fit in. I can complete the assessment alone. Why do I need to form a team? To me, the others are just burdens. Qingluan Flower was indeed, as the rumors said, very proud and aloof. Perhaps she had been tricked before, so she didn't trust her teammates at all. If I tell you to form a team, then form a team. Otherwise, scram. No Light in the Night really didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He looked at Qingluan Flower coldly and said, Join the team of those four. He pointed at Ling Xiao and the others. No matter how stubborn Qingluan Flower was, she could only obey in order to participate in the assessment. The mountain master of the Green Immortal Mountain shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Luan flowers don't fit in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a team with those ugly melons and dates. Ugly melons and dates? Ling Xiao was unhappy when he heard this. You're the ugly melons and dates. Your whole family is ugly melons and dates. But he understood what the mountain master of the Green Immortal Mountain meant. Chapter 2341. Apart from Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was the lowest among all the cultivators participating in the assessment, the other members of this small team were also mediocre. Qi Renfeng's cultivation wasn't bad, but she was stubborn and obsessed with martial arts. She could easily ruin things. Although Cheng Feiying was a rebirth realm martial artist, she had just broken through the first transformation, the second layer of hell. Her strength couldn't be stable. As for Lin Yang, he was just a greenhorn with no experience. How could they count on him to help? Therefore, in other people's eyes, this team was hopeless. The Qingluan Flower joining this team was like a tiger protecting a flock of sheep. It felt a little dangerous. In the end, she asked for it. Who asked her to be so aloof? She doesn't know how capable she is. The people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain snickered. In their view, the Azure Luan Flower was one of their Crimson Deity Mountain's martial artists' greatest competitors. If the Qingluan Flower was eliminated, it would be great for them. It would be best if the Black Deity Mountain martial artist and the Qingluan Flower were eliminated. That would be the best. They whispered there, thinking that no one else could hear them. But in reality, the hearing of martial artists was outstanding. Basically, everyone present heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The Qinghuan flower wasn't unlucky to team up with him. She was too lucky. To be honest, he didn't like people like the Qinghuan flower, who thought so highly of herself. It was hard to talk about teamwork with someone like her. He only hoped that the Qinghuan flower wouldn't drag him down. Otherwise, he would use extreme means to put her in a beast ring and lock her up. After the teams were assigned, the soul-locking tokens were distributed to every participating disciple. Sand Eagles simply repeated the rules, and that was the end of it. The soul-locking tokens are made of special materials. Those who aren't rebirth realm martial artists can't break them. So, during the battle, you can use martial arts without worry. You don't have to worry about whether the tokens will break or not. That kind of worry is completely unnecessary. At this point, no light in the night stood up and added, "There's no night or day on Demonic Mountain. It's always this kind of gray weather, so let's use the time of the mechanism clock as the standard. The test will officially begin in 3 hours. Have a good rest." After speaking, he delicately walked out. Before he left, he only glanced at He Formless and revealed a somewhat mocking smile, but did not say anything else. However, when the Sand Eagle passed by Ling Xiao, he warned fiercely, "Brat, you know that Mountain Chieftain Qi Lian is our Sand Clan's daughter-in-law, yet you still dare to provoke her. It's best that you don't ask for help during the test. Otherwise, humph." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. If he had the chance, he would definitely target Ling Xiao during the assessment. There was no doubt about that. How was Desert Sea's funeral? Ling Xiao did not refute the idiot. Instead, he suddenly asked a question. Hearing this, Sand Eagle's face suddenly changed. Even No Light in the Night turned to look at Ling Xiao, somewhat shocked. This brat was too tactless. He really touched a sore spot. Desert Sea's death was a sore spot for the Sand Clan. Ling Xiao just had to mention this. It was obvious that he didn't give the Sand Clan any face. Looking at the ugly expression on the Sand Eagle's face, Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that this would offend the Sand Clan, and very severely. But so what? In any case, they were already like fire and water. The other party couldn't wait to kill him. Was there a need for him to hide it? If he really had to die, then of course he would take advantage of them before dying. If he didn't have to die, then he would take advantage of them even more. Ling Xiao, Rinfeng, let's go back to our residence on Black Immortal Mountain to rest. Because the demonic outpost often held such tests, each sect of the 8 Immortal Mountain had its own residence. Ling Xiao and Qi Rinfeng left with He Formless. A cold light flashed in Qi Lian's eyes. They returned to their residence on Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Akira suddenly said, "Mother, why worry? With me and Desert Cloud, killing Ling Xiao is as easy as pie." Haha, of course. But you have to be careful. That brat is very cunning. Plus, Qinghuan Flower is in their group. It's not easy to deal with them. Although Qi Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's talent had been recognized by many. He was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very cunning. Many experts had died at his hands. Qi Lian didn't want her daughter to be careless. "Don't worry, mother." He didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Akira had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. The reason why she sold her soul to the Crimson Demon was so that she could get rid of Ling Xiao. She had already made such a big sacrifice. It didn't matter if she sacrificed a little more. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what they were up to, he could guess with his thighs that these people were definitely up to no good. If he found out that they were going to do him any harm, he would be merciless and strike first. Now, He was in a more advantageous situation. His strength was a mystery to the enemy, but the enemy didn't have many secrets in his eyes. After all, the Taiji I wasn't given for nothing. Back at the house on MT Black Deity, Ling Xiao was about to clean up and rest. 3 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He didn't want to waste time, so he cultivated for a while. This was his habit, but at this moment there was a knock on the door. Qi Renfeng walked over and opened the door. Qingluan Flower stood outside with a cold expression. Ling Xiao, I heard that you're the leader of this team? You can say that. Actually, no one really appointed him as the leader. It was all recommended by everyone. Ling Xiao was Lin Yang's boss and had saved Cheng Feiying. And because of Dark Night Formless, Qi Renfeng had to listen to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao's position in this team seem very high. If he wasn't the leader, the others didn't seem to be qualified. If that's the case, can you come out and say a few words? Qingluan Flower seemed to never know how to smile. Her face was always gloomy, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't really like this kind of girl. But in order to pass the advancement test, he planned to endure it. Of course, Mountain Lord, I'll go out for a while. Talk to her nicely. Don't lose your temper so easily. Dark Night Formless reminded. He seemed to have returned to his humble and polite self. Actually, this kind of disguise wasn't bad. Usually, there was no need to make a big fuss over small matters. But when it came to big matters, it was enough as long as he wasn't afraid of the slightest thing. Ling Xiao followed Qingluan Flower to a quiet flower bed. Chapter 2342. Qingluan Hua did not wait for Ling Xiao to ask, and directly said, I'm not looking down on you, but I have a request. I hope you can accept it on behalf of them. Qingluan Hua's attitude was not bad. Although her tone was a little cold, Ling Xiao's impression of her changed a little. What request? During the test tomorrow, the 4 of you should try to hide behind me and protect yourselves. I will solve all the problems by myself. You don't have to interfere. Qingluan Hua said very seriously, I don't know the strength of the 4 of you, but I'm not good at team battles. Teamwork will only make things worse. She said this very politely, as if saying that Qingluan Hua was not good at teamwork, so she did not want Ling Xiao and the others to help. However, the meaning was too obvious. She was worried that the 4 of them would cause trouble. The feeling of being looked down on was not good. However, to Ling Xiao, this was common. However, he didn't feel depressed at all. The more he was looked down on, the more excited he would be when he made a comeback in the future. Why should he care? Thinking of this, he smiled and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Qingluan Hua. It's not hard. Perhaps it will be easier. Qingluan Hua was delighted to see Ling Xiao agree so readily. In her opinion, without these 4 burdens, she would be able to deal with any difficulties more easily. As long as she did not encounter a strong opponent, she could handle it alone. If she encountered a strong team, she could just escape. After discussing the following matters, Qingluan Hua left. 3 hours later, no light in the night appeared on time and led everyone to gather outside the outpost. Because the weather was always gloomy and gray, the distance was very short. Ordinary people would only be able to see things 4 or 5 meters away, but they wouldn't be able to see any further. Even Yin-Yang realm martial artists could only see things 100 meters away. Anything further would be very blurry. This kind of gloomy feeling made people feel very depressed. They could even faintly hear ghostly cries and howls. It was very gloomy. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar, making one's hair stand on end. Some of the female disciples felt their legs go soft, and they had the urge to turn around and leave. What's going on? Cheng Feiying curled up beside Ling Xiao and asked in a trembling voice. It's probably some kind of demonic beast or devil's voice, but it's similar to a human's. Ling Xiao guessed. He's right. There are many strange phenomena happening on Demonic Mountain. After you enter, don't believe anything. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the monster's trap and die without knowing what happened. The Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain master reminded in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, I also walked through Demonic Mountain, so I know many dangers. Demonic creatures are the most cunning. They're not as easy to deal with as wild beasts. Dark Knight, Formless nodded. In short, Ling Xiao, you have to protect the others. This is not only because you're the strongest, but also because you want to pass the first level. You can't let anything happen to them. You understand? Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I won't let my emotions affect my decisions. Even if that Qingluan flower is in trouble, I'll still help. After all, she's already a member of my team from the moment she joined. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. Dark Knight Formless was worried that Ling Xiao would act childishly, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. He didn't know Ling Xiao as well as he thought he did. Old Mountain Lord Cheng, don't worry. Ling Xiao is our Orange Immortal Mountain's benefactor. He saved the lives of some of our disciples on the first level of the ghost prison. He also helped a lot on the second level of the ghost prison against the Ironback Thorn Beast. We're all people who repay kindness. We won't not help him. The one who spoke was Li Yan, the leader of one of Orange Immortal Mountain's teams. Although she was a girl, she was very straightforward. Li Yan's cultivation was even higher than Chai Renfeng's. She had already reached the late stage of the third level of hell. So when she said she would help, she wasn't just being polite. She was indeed capable. We'll help too. At this moment, a team from Green Immortal Mountain also walked over. Leading them was Green Immortal Mountain's Green Origin. Green Origin was at the late stage of the second level of hell in the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but one of the blood pigs you saved last time was a relative from my hometown. I can't thank you enough. If you're in trouble this time, I'll definitely help. Green Origin's team and Li Yan team's good intentions were appreciated by Ling Xiao. In this world, there were ungrateful people, but there were also people who knew how to repay kindness. It seemed that Ling Xiao's life wasn't a failure. Thank you, everyone. If you're in trouble, you can come to me. Although I'm not very strong, I know formations. Maybe I can help you a little. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The weather is so bad. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. I reckon that Scarlet Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain will join forces. Everyone, be careful. Alviziuan frowned. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with it when it comes. Worrying won't solve any problems. Ling Xiao smiled. You're so carefree. Don't drag others down when the time comes. Qingluan Flower originally thought that having Ling Xiao and the other 3 as burdens would be enough. She didn't expect another 10 people to come. Her mentality was a little unbalanced. Her words weren't very nice. She didn't have the politeness from last night. Her tone was sarcastic. Is that so? I hope you don't ask for help when you're in danger. Ling Xiao sneered. You've been scammed before, but it doesn't mean that everyone will do the same to you. Your attitude of looking at everyone as if they're thieves is really annoying. Ask for help. Qingluan Flower couldn't help but scorn. If I, Qingluan Flower, need you, Ling Xiao, to save me, then I'll be willing to be your bedmaid. That's what you said. Ling Xiao didn't need any bedmaid, but he had to cure this Qingluan Flower's bad habit. Otherwise, the first round of the assessment would be in danger. I said it. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Qingluan Flower said again. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. When the time came, everything would be clear. All right, those who aren't involved, follow the soldiers to Sky Devil Peak. There's a courtyard set up by our 8 Immortal Mountain. Those who are participating in the assessment, follow me. Dark Night Light looked at the time and suddenly said loudly. As soon as he said that, the others immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to make a sound. That was the benefit of being powerful. No one dared to disobey your orders easily. There was actually a shortcut to Sky Devil Peak. It was dug out by the 8 Immortal Mountain after sacrificing countless martial artists. It was very safe now. Moreover, it only took about 10 minutes to reach Sky Devil Peak. Chapter 2343. After the 8 mountain masters left, No Light in the Night led the participating disciples to the outpost. Before they stepped into the assessment path, they could already see the black shadows of monsters wandering around nearby. In the mist, the eyes of these monsters glowed red. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of their prey. Demonic Mountain is indeed not a good place. All the participating disciples, including Ling Xiao, had the same feeling. And those disciples who had been here before were even more trembling, as if they had thought of something terrible. Through the fog, Ling Xiao wanted to see the true body of Demonic Mountain clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The fog here was not ordinary, but a fog that contained powerful soul power. This kind of power could block and reduce Ling Xiao's vision. Demonic Mountain, what exactly are you? Ling Xiao was very curious, but right now he had to set foot on this path first. Perhaps later, he would be able to know the true face of this mountain. You say you want to trample Demonic Mountain, but in fact, you don't have the ability to do so. What you need to do is to walk up Celestial Devil Peak alive. That's already an experience worthy of being proud of. Even if you can't advance to 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a supreme honor. Okay, let's start now. No Light in the Night finally said a few more words at this time. Just this one sentence was enough to make one's blood boil. Following his order, more and more teams stepped into the fog and disappeared. For this kind of thing, Black Immortal Mountain always ranked last. But Ling Xiao didn't care. It didn't make a difference to him whether he went in a step earlier or later. Now, it wasn't that he was afraid of others, but that others shouldn't provoke him. Whoever provoked him was bound to be unlucky. Aren't you going to go in earlier? At this time, the weaker the team, the earlier they should go in and find a suitable place to hide, first to avoid a premature confrontation with a strong enemy. No Light in the Night suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and the others standing at the back and said, "This isn't a rule. You're last. Do we look weak?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Senior Elder and our mountain chieftain should be from the same clan, right? Your strength should be about the same, but your judgment is not as good as our mountain chieftain's. You really dare to talk back to anyone, but I really can't see what's so great about you." "Oh, maybe he's quite good at talking." No Light in the Night sneered. "Junior wouldn't dare to contradict you. I'm just stating a fact. We're really not weak." Ling Xiao was still very polite. However, this politeness made No Light in the Night feel a little sarcastic. "Not weak. Go down to the 8 Immortals Mountain. This time, there are 20 teams participating in the assessment. There are 5 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and there are a few more people. There were more than 25 contestants in total. The Orange Celestial Mountain had 4 teams with 20 people. This is already 40 people. For the remaining 6 mountains, other than your Black Immortal Mountain, there are about 10 disciples participating. But your Black Immortal Mountain only has 3 pitiful people. Oh, right, that Zhou Tong was driven away by you, so there are only 2 people left. Isn't this enough to prove that you're weak?" How can a motley crew be compared to elites? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Elder, you should be worried that the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain will deal with us, right? Don't worry, they'll definitely be faster than us. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the fog. Behind him, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying followed closely. Only Qinghuan Flower sighed, looking very unhappy. She wondered why she was so unlucky to follow such a group of crooked melons and broken dates. This time, she was afraid that things were not looking good for her. That kid is very similar to my nephew. He's even crazier than my nephew. I don't think he'll live long. Dark Knight Wukong looked at the hazy fog, and with a slight sway of his body, he immediately disappeared. Qinghuan Flower, who had just stepped into the fog, suddenly felt that she was locked on by a soul power. Through this soul power, she could clearly sense the positions of her other teammates, so they wouldn't get separated in the fog. Is that Ling Xiao? Looks like he's quite capable. Although his cultivation isn't very high, he should be quite powerful as a support. Qinghuan Flower suddenly felt that her previous words were a bit too much. But on second thought, even if Ling Xiao's supportability was not bad, his strength was not enough. How could she ask for help like this? Impossible. The five of them, with Ling Xiao as the arrowhead, quickly moved forward. At first, Qinghuan Flower was still a bit worried. After all, the demonic mountain was full of danger. Not only would the other martial artists attack them, there were also terrifying demon beasts, terrifying heavenly demons, and plants. Sometimes, plants that looked very ordinary were deadly poisonous creatures. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot if they were scratched. It was precisely because of this danger that she had repeatedly suggested Ling Xiao to slow down and let her lead the way, because she had been here before. Although she didn't pass the last assessment, she should be more familiar with the terrain here than Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to her at all. This made her very angry. Who would have thought that after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't encountered any danger? She clearly knew that Ling Xiao had avoided all the dangers that could be avoided. She was familiar with all those places. Did he come to the demonic mountain? Qinghuan Flower was a bit confused. Impossible. He just joined the Eight Immortals Mountain. How could he come to the demonic mountain? If there's no expert to protect him, he'll die sooner or later. She quickly denied her own inference. But why? Does he have some ability that I don't know about? At this thought, Qinghuan Flower was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao was more shrewd than everyone thought. However, she was worried that if Ling Xiao passed the first assessment, then what she said before would be a slap to her face. Just as Qinghuan Flower was feeling conflicted, she suddenly heard a voice. Watch out! Immediately afterward, a sword light flew past Qinghuan Flower's ear. Qinghuan Flower clearly saw a small blood-sucking bug being killed by the sword light. She knew this kind of blood-sucking bug. It was a demonized blood-sucking bug from the demonic mountain. Once this bug touched the skin, it would only take a moment to produce terrible hallucinations. Any kind of hallucination was possible, but in the end, it would only lead to death. Anyway, she had never seen anyone survive after being bitten by this demonized, blood-sucking bug. Could it be that he actually saved my life? Qinghuan Flower couldn't accept this reality. Although the deacon was distracted because of her, and Ling Xiao saved her, it was a fact that she was saved. I didn't ask you to save me. Qinghuan Flower hurriedly said, I know that the previous oath didn't take effect. I saved you just to complete the assessment. Chapter 2344. But don't worry, you saved me once. I'll remember it and save you again. The Qinghuan Flower hurriedly explained. Whatever. Ling Xiao still said calmly, but don't get distracted. It'll be more dangerous as we move forward. You have to be vigilant. The Qinghuan flower felt her face burning. She had gone to Ling Xiao before and told him that everything was up to her. She told him that Ling Xiao and the other three would follow behind her. But the current situation made her feel a little embarrassed. The one being protected was not Ling Xiao, but her. She had become a burden. I'll lead the way. There will be powerful beasts ahead. You're no match for them. Thinking of this, the Qinghuan flower rushed to the front and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao did not refute. He knew that if he did not make this Qinghuan flower suffer, this girl would not learn to cooperate with others. Since the Qinghuan flower wanted to lead the team, he would let her lead the team. Anyway, he would be following behind. If they encountered a life-threatening situation, it would not be too late for him to intervene. The Qinghuan flower thought that Ling Xiao would ridicule her and then argue. She did not expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. This made her feel even more embarrassed. She shook her head hard to get rid of her wild thoughts. She vigilantly released her soul power and lowered her speed to move forward. She could not have a soul power as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. Even if her cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was still impossible. Not to mention that her strength might not be comparable to Ling Xiao's. Another half an hour passed. Junior brother, why did you let that woman lead the way? She's as slow as an old lady, and she almost got caught in a pile of rotten corpse thorns. Tai Rinfeng was a straightforward person. Compared to the half an hour that Ling Xiao led the way, this half an hour felt like a year. Not only was their speed much slower, but they also often encountered danger. Although he managed to dodge it every time, his little heart couldn't take it anymore. That's right, boss. It's better if you lead the way. Who knows, we might be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak without having to fight. Lin Yong couldn't hold it in anymore and chimed in. Qinghuan flower, can't you feel it yourself? In terms of scouting, you are no match for Ling Xiao. In order to pass the test as soon as possible, you should switch back. At most, you will be the one to fight. Cheng Feiying was even more direct. Qinghuan Hua's pretty face turned red. She couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. However, there was one good thing about her. Once she knew she was wrong, she would change. You do it. The Qinghuan flower frowned. Although she was very reluctant, she still stopped and gave the arrowhead position to Ling Xiao. Wait! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. What happened? The others were somewhat puzzled. Qinghuan flower thought that Ling Xiao was going to make a dig at her, so her expression didn't look too good. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at her. Instead, he closed his eyes and said, Someone is coming. There are a total of 5 people. They just happen to be a team. They are coming from the side and are very fast. Set up the formation. When he said set up the formation, Ho Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying immediately stood in their positions, including Ling Xiao. A faint glow appeared under the feet of the 4 of them. There were also faint inscriptions flickering on them. Only Qinghuan flower was stunned. Earlier on the way here, when Ling Xiao talked about the battle formation, she didn't listen carefully at all. How would she know where to stand? Moreover, she was still puzzled. How did Ling Xiao know that the enemy was coming? She didn't even sense it herself. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly froze. Because the enemy was closer, their aura became more obvious. She finally noticed it. Strange. Could it be that they have some special ability to lock onto our position? Why did they rush over without hesitation? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The fog was so big that even with his soul power, he could only release it to a radius of 500 meters. Could it be that one of the 5 people had a stronger soul power than him, or did they have some other ability? Or was there something fishy? He looked at the soul-locking token hanging around his neck and frowned. He quickly probed with his soul power. Damn! After checking, Ling Xiao cursed out loud. There's actually an unknown, powerful consciousness in this soul-locking token. It feels like it belongs to some expert from the sand race. It's too similar to the sand sea and sand sculpture. You deal with the soul-locking token first. I will deal with the enemy. At this moment, Qingyuan Flower had regained her composure. She saw the 5 enemies rushing over. They were the 5 experts from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. One of them was the guy at the late stage of the first transformation, 2nd level of hell. When they came here, they didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Maybe they wanted to gain the upper hand by attacking first. They thought that Ling Xiao and the rest hadn't discovered them. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. The 5 people didn't even look at Ling Xiao and the rest. Instead, they rushed toward her. Qingyuan Flower was shocked. She instantly guessed their intention. She was the strongest in this team and the most difficult to deal with. If she was defeated instantly or killed on the spot, the rest of the 4 people could be dealt with more easily. However, she could think of something but couldn't do anything. She could only shake the long sword in her hand and face them. Fortunately, she discovered them in time and could prepare her move more calmly. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's reminder, she would have been finished. This time, she might not be able to pass the test and might even lose her life here. After all, if they really wanted to kill her, she might not even be able to activate the soul-locking token. Heartless Wind and Snow Sword. Heartless! Qingyuan Flower was grateful to Ling Xiao, but she didn't slow down. A terrifying sword move was released in an instant and attacked the 5 people. The 5 people were stunned when they saw Qingyuan Flower charging toward them. Oh no, that woman is prepared. As soon as the exclamation sounded, one of them was in the middle. The cold sword aura instantly attacked that person's body, and his soul-locking token fell to the ground. The soul-locking token's design was very interesting. As long as a martial artist's soul was seriously injured, it would automatically fall off. And that person's body would also be teleported out of Demonic Mountain. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that it was indeed not easy to kill people here. However, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could kill them with one blow, it would definitely be possible. The 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were not mediocre, but Qingyuan Flower was stronger. If Qingyuan Flower was caught off guard and attacked by the 5 of them, they would naturally succeed. But now, the situation was different. With Ling Xiao's help, Qingyuan Flower first discovered them and prepared her moves and tactics. Therefore, she killed one of them as soon as she attacked. At the same time, she also dodged the attacks of the other 4 people and was safe and sound. Captain, this is different from what we said. They seem to have been prepared. This woman is not easy to deal with. One of them said with some fear, "What are you afraid of?" Except for Qingyuan Flower. The 5 of them are all good-for-nothings. I'll hold off Qingyuan Flower. You 3, kill those 4 people, especially Ling Xiao. You must kill him on the spot. Chapter 2345. The sudden turn of events caused the leader to lose his composure. But he was the leader after all, so he quickly calmed down. Qingyuan Flower. Although this woman thinks highly of herself, she does have some skills. Ling Xiao had to admit that even if she was fully prepared, she was not injured in a 1 versus 5 fight. She even crippled one of the opponents. Qingyuan Flower was more powerful than he had imagined. It was no wonder that he would boast about letting her fight alone. Boss, let's not bother with that woman. Those 3 people are coming. Lin Yong reminded him loudly, "There are 3 of you. Each of you will deal with one of them. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter? Ling Zhao's calmness made Lin Yong swallow back his words. Are you serious, junior brother? Even the weakest of those three is on par with me. Lin Yong and Cheng Feiying are probably no match for them. Chu Renfeng said hurriedly, Don't worry. Do you really think my battle formation is just for decoration? Just fight bravely. Ling Xiao smiled. He still had no intention of making a move. Qingluan Flower was not as calm as him. Seeing that 3 of the remaining 4 enemies were charging at Ling Xiao and the others, she became anxious. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao had very powerful auxiliary abilities, his strength was at the bottom of the group. She did not pay attention to the battle formation at all. She did not know what was so powerful about it. She turned around and wanted to save them, but she was stopped by the leader of the small team. Your opponent is me. That person looked at Qingluan Flower coldly and said, Get lost. You are no match for me. Qingluan Flower was anxious. She stabbed out with her sword and took advantage of the moment when the opponent dodged to save them. However, the leader was not easy to deal with. A terrifying palm wind suddenly came from behind her. If she did not turn around to deal with it, she would definitely be seriously injured. If that happened, the 5 of them would still be in trouble. Damn it! Qingluan Flower could only turn around and attack. Because he was in a hurry, he actually suffered some minor injuries. As I said, your opponent is me. Although I'm not as beautiful as you, the Qingluan Flower, the difference between the 2 of us isn't that big. If you want to save those 4 pieces of trash, you will die. I believe you understand this very well. The captain looked coldly at the Qingluan Flower. His mission was simple. He didn't need to defeat the Qingluan, but to stall the Qingluan. That was enough. Since the first plan did not succeed, in that case, he would simply execute his second plan. After killing Ling Xiao, he would turn around and flee. That would be enough. He trusted his teammates very much. Because of the 3 teammates, the weakest one was on par with Tian Renfeng. The other 2 were not much weaker than him. They were much stronger than Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying. This was the advantage of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Although the Qingluan Flower was very anxious and angry now, she was still very angry. But at this moment, she had no other choice. The only way to save Ling Xiao was to take care of the enemy in front of her. Take care of him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. In fact, the teams from the Scarlet Deity Mountain and the Purple Deity Mountain had long had their eyes on Ling Xiao. No matter who Ling Xiao's teammates were, they would attack. It was just that their strategy was different. The sand race experts had tampered with Ling Xiao's soul-locking token. This allowed the others to know Ling Xiao's location. This was also the reason why this group of people could find Ling Xiao so quickly. But what surprised the captain was that there was a flaw in his plan. Although he didn't know what went wrong, he had already made adjustments. Now, he just needed to stall for time. In any case, there would be more teams rushing over soon. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could erase the consciousness in the soul-locking token. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to throw away the soul-locking token. Once he threw away the soul-locking token, Ling Xiao would be taking the initiative to withdraw from the test. This could be considered to have achieved their goal. So, for them, victory was in their grasp today. But for Ling Xiao, it was a dead end, without a doubt. Kill. Qingluan's voice broke the captain's dream. The battle was about to start. The only thing the captain wanted to do was to stall for time and let his teammates kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, when the other teams came, Ling Xiao would still die. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't look at the 3 fierce-looking disciples from the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Instead, he injected his soul power into the soul-locking token in an attempt to erase the consciousness inside. But he failed again and again. The consciousness inside was too strong. It was even stronger than his soul power. What should I do? If I don't get rid of this thing, my location will always be known by the other teams. There will be endless trouble. No matter how strong we are, we can't escape the fate of being exhausted to death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he could only use his old magical power. Luckily, the others were focused on the battle. Ling Xiao left the battle formation and quietly stepped into the fog. Then, he opened the eye of the immortal pot as quickly as possible. In the void, an immortal pot appeared. It sucked in the consciousness inside the soul-locking token. The consciousness didn't resist at all. It was completely defeated. At the same time, somewhere in the Sand Race's residence in the 8 Immortal Mountain, Saren, the father of Shahai and Sha Jiao, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Saren's face was extremely frightened. How could that kid erase the consciousness I spent so much effort to hide? He thought it was erased. In fact, the consciousness was absorbed by the immortal pot. Then, it would slowly be converted into Ling Xiao's soul power. Saren's action not only didn't harm Ling Xiao, but also indirectly helped Ling Xiao increase his soul power. What was more depressing was that because of this failure, his soul was also damaged. He had to take a long time to recover. Who on earth did this? Could it be that Ling Xiao has an expert helping him? Saren still couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could erase his powerful soul power so easily. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. At the demonic mountain, the battle situation was very interesting. After Ling Xiao took out the immortal pot to destroy the consciousness of the powerhouse in the soul-locking token, he hid on the side and began to watch the show. Among these people, except for the martial artist who was fighting with Qingwan Hua, he wasn't interested in fighting the rest. So it was better to let Ho Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying practice. With a powerful battle formation, the 3 enemies wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Ho Rinfeng felt this the most clearly. Normally, if he encountered this opponent in front of him, he would definitely have to go through a tough battle. At most, it would be a draw. He had even lost several times. But today, he was a little doubtful if he was himself. He had beaten the other party so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. His continuous attacks left the other party unable to fight back. As for Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying, in a situation where their strength was obviously inferior to the other party, they were actually not at a disadvantage. Chapter 2346. How can the power of a battle formation be so strong? Qingwan Hua, who was in the middle of the battle, also noticed the strange situation and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight, it was completely within her expectations. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was a powerful support with no combat power at all. Not fighting was a wise choice. This is good. With his support, this first test should be easy to pass. Qingwan Hua gradually calmed down. She was no longer anxious. That was very scary. Just now, because of her anxiety and anger, there were too many flaws in her attacks, which others could easily exploit. But now that she had calmed down, there weren't so many flaws. And her attacks were even fiercer, which made the team leader of Scarlet Fairy Mountain feel great pressure. The team leader also saw the situation on the other side. What's wrong with you 3? Can't you even take care of a few pieces of trash? Don't just focus on those 3 people. Kill Ling Xiao. He's the key. The team leader roared angrily, but at this time, a sword light came at him. Because he was distracted, one of his arms was cut off. But at this time, the soul-locking card didn't fall. This made Ling Zhao's eyes light up. The arm fell off, but the soul-locking card didn't. That meant that the soul-locking card would only fall off when one's life was in danger. Interesting. When the three heard the team leader was angry, they saw Ling Zhao watching from the side. His heart was filled with anger. They immediately retreated, leaving Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying behind to kill Ling Zhao. It was a pity that they had underestimated their three opponents too much. Ho Renfeng was in high spirits. How could he let his opponents leave? He directly threw a punch, which turned into the size of a small mountain. One of the martial artists fainted on the spot. The soul-locking card fell off, and his body was teleported away. Cheng Feiying was also very fierce, although she wasn't very strong because she was a martial artist who had reincarnated. Her experience was really amazing. The moment her opponent turned around, she suddenly released the musical note Ice Lion, which froze that person. Then the soul-locking card fell off, and his body was teleported away. Compared to the other two, Lin Yang was slightly weaker. He threw a punch at the other party, but he didn't manage to knock down the soul-locking tablet, allowing the brat to rush out. However, Lin Yang did not stop attacking. If his attack power was not enough, then he would attack a few more times. After a series of attacks, the guy who had completely lost his will to fight and was in a hurry to escape finally fainted. The soul-locking token fell, and his body was teleported away. When the captain saw the situation, he knew that things weren't going well. He abandoned the Qinghuan flower and threw a smoke grenade before running away. Within the fog, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Run? Where are you going?" His figure gradually disappeared. The squad leader instantly dashed hundreds of meters away, but he almost bumped into someone. When he stopped and saw that it was Ling Zhao, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he didn't even think about why Ling Zhao would appear here. He only felt that this was a chance given to him by the heavens to complete today's mission. "I was going to kill you, but you came here to die. That's exactly what I wanted." He didn't beat around the bush and attacked as he spoke. Ling Zhao just looked at this person's attack indifferently, not moving at all. The terrifying fist energy blasted onto Ling Zhao's body, but it actually made a dull sound. It didn't seem like it had hit a human body at all. The attacker's fists made the sound of bones breaking. Why is it so hard? He looked at Ling Zhao in horror, unable to understand why his punch didn't cause any damage to Ling Zhao. Instead, it shattered the bones in his hands. "Do you want to live?" Ling Zhao suddenly asked. "Humph, Ling Zhao, don't be so smug. Even if I can't break through your defense, you can't hurt me. Besides, you'll die soon. You won't have to wait too long." The squad leader was still waiting for his reinforcements because this was what Sha Jiao had promised. He said that several teams would come and kill Ling Zhao together, waiting for reinforcements. "I'm sorry to tell you, but you won't have that chance," Ling Zhao said indifferently, "although I don't know who did something to my soul-locking card. I've already dealt with it. Right now, no one can easily find my location, especially in this dense fog. So there are only two consequences for you. Either you tell me everything and withdraw from the assessment, or you die." His voice was very indifferent and not particularly cold, but it made the squad leader feel a very strong chill. "Impossible. Your soul-locking card is Saren." "No, I didn't say anything." Perhaps it was because he felt that it was too inconceivable. The squad leader's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he actually said the culprit behind the scenes. "Saren? Oh, it's Sha Jiao and Sha Jiao's father. No wonder he wants to deal with me. I understand. He wants another son to die." Ling Zhao smiled faintly and said, "What a pity. You have no value in living. Die." He already knew what he needed to know, so he naturally had to make a move. This person wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to kill him. He didn't care what reason or excuse the other party had to deal with him. Their goal was the same. Wait a minute, you have to think carefully. The soul locking card can release a distress signal. If you want to kill me, the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain will immediately kill you. The squad leader began to look fierce, but was actually a little timid. He no longer had the arrogance from before. It was probably because what he was looking forward to no longer existed. How could he be confident with that kind of despair? I promise I will kill you before the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain come. When Ling Zhao's voice fell, the squad leader felt a bolt of lightning fall from the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Damn, this Berserk Thunder art is too strong. Originally, it was released the fastest and was the most sudden, but I didn't expect it to instantly blast the opponent into ashes. Looking at the opponent, who had already become a pile of charcoal, Ling Zhao was surprised. He took out the soul-locking card and felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. An assessment disciple was killed, and this was the first one to be killed. The Upper Eight Immortal Mountain would naturally send people to investigate. However, Ling Zhao believed that even the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain wouldn't be as free as him in this fog. He left just like that, almost brushing past the other party. But the disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain didn't stop him. Ling Zhao killed the squad leader in a very short time. So when he returned to the other four, although the four of them had some doubts, they didn't ask much. At this moment, they had passively destroyed a squad and obtained 5 soul-locking cards, 1 for each person. But this still didn't confirm that they could advance. Chapter 2347. According to the rules, the 4 teams that obtained the most spirit-locking tokens would advance to the second round. Therefore, even though they had already obtained 5 tokens, Ling Zhao decided to get a few more just to be safe. It would be best if all the disciples from Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain were eliminated. This was the outcome of those who dared to provoke Ling Zhao. In fact, those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the unlucky ones. Qinghuan Flower was strong enough, and with a monster like Ling Zhao, it was impossible for them not to be eliminated. As for the other teams, their strength was more evenly distributed. In terms of strength, Qi Ling, Desert Cloud, and the others were the only ones who were slightly stronger. What have you been doing? Qinghuan Flower frowned, obviously a little angry. You're not strong enough. If you met the team leader who escaped just now, I'm afraid your life would be in danger. Although this girl looked down on Ling Zhao's strength, Ling Zhao didn't argue with her because she was concerned about him. He just smiled and said, I've been hiding nearby. I only dared to come out after your battle. Qinghuan Flower frowned, then sighed helplessly. She was becoming less and less confident in her own judgment. Although Ling Zhao didn't participate in the battle, he almost wiped out the team that wanted to ambush them. This kid was really not ordinary. If she knew that the team leader who escaped was easily killed by Ling Zhao, what kind of expression would she have? Let's go. We can't stay here for long. In order to prevent Qinghuan Flower from asking more questions, Ling Zhao suggested that they set off immediately. This time, he naturally became the leader of the team. After the previous encounter, Qinghuan Hua had to admit that she wasn't unlucky to have joined this team. Perhaps she had picked up a treasure. Ling Zhao. After a while, the Qinghuan Flower suddenly stopped and called out to Ling Zhao, who was in front of it. What's wrong? Ling Zhao turned around and asked, I think the 4 of you should be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak easily. Why don't we split up here? Said the Qinghuan Flower. Separate? I don't understand. Do you think we're a burden, so you don't want to walk with us? Ling Zhao asked curiously. Qinghuan Hua shook her head and said, No, although I don't trust my teammates. I know that the 4 of you are not as incompetent as people say. This can be seen from the battle just now. Then why? Lin Yang asked curiously. Sai, since you insist on asking, there's no harm in telling you. Qingwan Hua felt that if she didn't tell them the truth, they would probably continue to follow her. Therefore, he said, have you heard of the Violets of the Purple Deity Mountain? Of course. Violets is the #1 expert in the Purple Deity Mountain. Her strength is second only to Desert Cloud and Akira. Chung Feiying nodded. This Violets is actually my sister. Although they are not blood-related, my father adopted her a long time ago. She grew up with me, but because of an insignificant matter, she killed my father. I can't forgive her. Qingwan Hua sighed. So you plan to take revenge on her alone? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, even if I can't pass the test. I will kill the Violets and avenge my father. I really can't tolerate her ungrateful behavior. My father loved her so much. He cared about her even more than he cared about me. He especially sent her to the 8 Deities Mountain to learn, but she killed my father. Qingwan Hua gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say these words at first, but after saying it, she felt a lot better. Her whole body didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. All this time, these emotions had been suppressed in her heart, and it was really uncomfortable. This also made her become a loner. Now that she said it out loud, and there was someone to bear it for her, she felt really comfortable. Do you know where that Violets is? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure yet, but during last year's test, we had a battle in the spider cave of the demonic mountain. Of course, I lost that battle and almost died. Fortunately, I had the soul locking card and saved my life. She was also seriously injured and didn't pass the test in the end. Qingwan Hua replied, Then come with me. I'll take you to find the Violets. It'll be much safer than you blindly looking for them alone. Don't refuse. I'm not doing this for you, but for myself. Seeing that Qingwan Hua was somewhat moved, Ling Xiao hurriedly added, If you are eliminated, then I can forget about passing the test, so there's no need to talk about parting ways. Ling Xiao's domineering tone stunned Qingwan Hua for a moment, and she couldn't refuse in the end. She just nodded slightly and said, The Violets are very strong, and her team can't be weak. If it really doesn't work, I'll give up on revenge and definitely won't delay your test. Consider it as repayment for saving me before. Ling Xiao was naturally very happy to hear such words from her. Everyone liked people who had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. Although Ling Xiao and Qingwan Hua had a little disagreement before, it wasn't a big deal. The way things were now was very good. The 5 of them began to move forward. Ling Xiao paid close attention to the situation around him, hoping to help Qingwan Hua find the Violets as much as possible. According to his deduction, the team from Purple Deity Mountain should have locked onto his position before. They came quite a bit closer to him, and it wasn't until he erased that consciousness that the other party suddenly became a headless mosquito. So it should be relatively easy to find them. Along the way, he was still very vigilant. Every blade of grass and every tree on Demonic Mountain was full of danger and couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, not only would he fail the test, but he would also lose his life. Every time they walked a certain distance, Qingwan Hua couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao a little more. She really didn't know how Ling Xiao avoided those threats. Along the way, she saw a lot of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Just when she thought they would definitely have to fight a big battle, Ling Xiao always managed to avoid danger with ingenious routes. For the martial artists participating in the first test, being able to avoid those unnecessary dangers was really too precious. Nearly an hour later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and motioned for the people following behind him to stop as well. What's the matter, boss? Is someone coming to attack us again? Perhaps Lin Yang was too comfortable in the previous battle, so he wanted to taste that feeling again. No, it seems like Li Yan and the others from Orange Deity Mountain are in trouble. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw through the layers of fog to see the situation hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but move again, this time at an even faster speed. "Do you want to help?" Qingwan Hua asked curiously. "I don't think you're the kind of person who takes pleasure in helping others." "You're right, but Li Yan is different. Before the test started, she said she would help me. Although she hasn't done anything yet, I can't just stand by and watch her die." Chapter 23:48. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good guy, even though he killed people like Scything Flax and showed no mercy to the dozen soldiers at the outpost. Qingwan Flower's impression of Ling Xiao was also quietly changing. Get into the battle formation. This time, we're not dealing with martial artists. We're dealing with terrifying demonic beasts called netherwolves. There are 23 of them, and each of them is at least at the peak of the first layer of hell. Ling Xiao reminded them when they were about to reach their destination. They're actually netherwolves. Qingwan Flower frowned. It would be easier to deal with other demonic beasts, but netherwolves were too troublesome. Not only were they extremely tenacious, but they could also spit out terrifying poisonous fog. Once a martial artist inhaled the poisonous fog, they would quickly feel weak all over. Even their yin-yang origin power would be dissolved by the poisonous fog and become powerless. Netherwolves were ranked among the top 5 most troublesome demonic beasts on Demonic Mountain. Most importantly, these guys lived in packs. Whenever they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Qingwan Flower wanted to stop Ling Xiao from taking the risk, but when she saw Ling Xiao's determined eyes, she gave up. If she stopped Ling Xiao now, she would only be despised by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely look down on someone who didn't even dare to save his friends. Qingwan Flower didn't know when she started to care about Ling Xiao's opinion of her. They were getting closer. Li Yan was in a life-and-death battle with the netherwolves. Someone in her team was already injured, although they hadn't been eliminated from the test yet if no one came to save them. At this rate, they would all be wiped out sooner or later. Netherwolves were known for their ferocity and their ability to fight for a long time. This wasn't an exaggeration. Moreover, these cunning guys were also very good at cooperating with each other and were notoriously difficult to deal with. "Senior Marshal Sister Li Yan, are you okay?" A voice suddenly came from the fog, and Li Yan's spirit instantly perked up. She recognized that it was Ling Xiao's voice. Ling Xiao's arrival meant that Qingwan Flower was also here. With Qingwan Flower's strength, she would definitely be of great help to them in dealing with the netherwolves. At this time, Li Yan didn't realize that the biggest reinforcement wasn't Qingwan Flower, but Ling Xiao, whom she had neglected. Of course, she did not deliberately ignore it. She was just like most people, blinded by Ling Xiao's weak appearance. "Ling Xiao, don't come over. You are too weak. If you come over, it will be very dangerous. Let Qingwan Hua do it. Li Yan's the only one." She's SSS'd. At first, Li Yan thought it was Qingwan Flower. She couldn't help but admire the Qingwan Flower's strength. Entering the wolf pack was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. When she saw it clearly, she was stunned. "No, it's not Qingwan Flower. It's Ling Xiao." A warrior from Li Yan team shouted in shock. "How can he be so strong?" Another person also shouted. "How would I know? I'm confused too." Li Yan was really confused. She thought that Ling Xiao was very weak. Because of this, before participating in the assessment, she said that she wanted to repay Ling Xiao for saving the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain. She wanted to protect Ling Xiao. But At this moment, it wasn't her who was protecting Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who was protecting them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the pack of wolves, his body began to glow with a bright light. This light was not only gorgeous, but also terrifying. The nether wolf was a ferocious monster. It should have been a headache for all the participants, because this guy was not only fast, but his coordination was also very strange. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it didn't seem to be a problem. The one who should be having a headache was the nether wolf. Ling Xiao's body released lightning. As long as it touched the nether wolf, it would make the nether wolf howl miserably and fall to the ground. Then its limbs would twitch, and it would almost die on the spot. Coupled with the terrifying slashes of his heavy sword, every slash would definitely take the life of a nether wolf. Their bodies were directly smashed out of shape. There was no way they could survive. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't even used his martial soul transformation. He was just using his intermediate lightning battle body and his terrifying combat strength to fight these nether wolves. Because he didn't need to use his martial soul transformation, with his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with these nether wolves. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of endurance, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of defense, the other party wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And those seemingly cunning coordination was just a clumsy performance under his Tai Chi eye. How could they give him a headache? Therefore, these fellows that were simply nightmares to others had become prey that were not worth mentioning to him. This guy is actually so strong. Qinghuan's expression was very interesting. She thought that Ling Xiao only had powerful auxiliary abilities that could help them get rid of troublesome opponents. But she never thought that this guy not only had auxiliary abilities, but also had such powerful combat strength. Although it seemed that he couldn't surpass her, he was much stronger than she had imagined, especially those exquisite combat skills. Even she was left in the dust. Almost every time the nether wolf was about to attack Ling Xiao, the battle would be reversed. At first, Qinghuan thought that it was just a coincidence. She thought that it was because Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough, so it was dangerous. But after the same thing happened a few times, Qinghuan completely understood. It wasn't dangerous at all. It was a strategy made after careful calculations. It was done on purpose. How did Ling Xiao do it? Heavenly lightning fire. Ling Xiao suddenly slashed down with the sword in his hand. The extremely terrifying lightning sword aura rushed into the wolf pack. In an instant, more than 10 wolves were burnt black. They fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. The air was filled with a burnt smell. There was even the smell of cooked wolf meat. However, the nether wolf was famous for not being afraid of death. Not only were they not afraid when more than 10 of them were killed in an instant, but they also howled and summoned more nether wolves. In an instant, close to 100 nether wolves charged at Ling Xiao in a dense pack. They completely ignored the rest of the people. The poisonous fog exhaled by the 100 nether wolves almost formed a terrifying poisonous miasma. There was no way to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao stood there with his sword in both hands. He was very calm. Nether wolves are nether wolves, which is also me. If it was Qinghuan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. Maybe I'm the nemesis of these guys. Looking at these nether wolves, Ling Xiao felt a little happy. Maybe he wasn't just the nemesis of the nether wolves. It seemed that all monsters that met him would be unhappy. Chapter 23:49. Don't you need help? At this moment, Qinghuan Hua and the others had already begun to heal the members of Li Yan team. Seeing Ling Xiao being surrounded by more nether wolves, Qinghuan Hua couldn't help but ask, "No need." The lightning on Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Gradually, within the lightning, terrifying magma began to flow and envelop his entire body. This made him even more terrifying. What's his cultivation level? Li Yin asked Qinghuan Hua. She thought that Qinghuan Hua had good eyesight and should be able to tell. Unexpectedly, Qinghuan Hua shook her head helplessly and said, I don't know. I'm getting more and more confused about Ling Xiao. Since the moment he stepped onto the demonic mountain, he has been constantly surprising me. There are too many mysteries surrounding this person. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as they healed their wounds. They wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 100 nether wolves. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao put away the heavy sword. He took out the secret sword. He hadn't used this secret sword for a long time because he didn't have a suitable secret technique. But since he successfully condensed the advanced lightning body and the advanced lava body, Ling Xiao obtained 2 advanced jade level secret techniques. Now, he could finally unleash the terrifying power of this secret technique. A wooden sword. It's quite beautiful, but can it kill the nether wolves? Everyone was very curious, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do. After a while, the lightning on Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared and was replaced by boiling magma. I've heard that he cultivated a dual body, but I thought it was only a dual primary body. I didn't expect him to have reached the intermediate level. I really underestimated him. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. Qinghuan Hua had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero who eradicated the Devil Shadow sect. Although this hero was insignificant in the eyes of many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, he was not even worth mentioning. This was because almost everyone who thought that their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao felt that they could also be heroes. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. The Qinghuan flower once had a similar idea, but today she suddenly felt that her thoughts were laughable. It was no accident that Ling Xiao was able to eradicate the Devil Shadow sect. This guy really had that ability. It was ability, not strength. Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to make the impossible possible. This was something that no one else could compare to. Just as Qinghuan was lost in her thoughts, Ling Xiao's secret technique sword was already aimed at the nether wolves. The lava in his body was boiling nonstop. Even the nether wolf could feel the terrifying power. The nether wolf that was charging towards Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation. Ling Xiao's secret technique sword emitted a blazing light. High jade grade secret technique. Lava storm, small success. Following Ling Xiao's release of the terrifying secret technique, with him as the center, everything within 10 meters of him was covered in lava. The lava seemed to have a mind of its own as it coincidentally avoided Qinghuan flower and the others. It only burned towards the nether wolves. Screams sounded one after another. Qinghuan flower started to sympathize with the nether wolves. How could they meet such a terrifying opponent like Ling Xiao? This terrifying move burned almost all of the nether wolves to death. Only a few nether wolves at the very edge of the forest fled in a panic while letting out terrified cries. They probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Ling Xiao again. This was the first time Ling Xiao used Lava Storm. The terrifying power of this move made him very satisfied. This was the secret technique that he wanted, although compared to the Burning Heaven Eye he used before, it was still a lot weaker. But the Burning Heaven Eye couldn't be used now. It was already good enough to use Lava Storm as a substitute. High Jade Grade secret technique? What a powerful move! Seeing this move finished, Qinghuan Flower's expression became even more interesting. The power of this move was something that even she couldn't escape unscathed. It was really terrifying. Ling Xiao actually learned the High Jade Grade secret technique. Where did he learn it from? Did he learn it from the Black Immortal Mountain He really hit his strength. Looks like this test is going to be interesting. Li Yan also let out a sigh. I'm afraid no one expected Ling Xiao to be so strong. Even so, his strength is still not as good as mine, and the Violet's. It's even more impossible for him to be compared to Desert Cloud and Akira. The 8 Immortal Mountains test only requires 3 people. I'm afraid he's going to regret it. Qingluan Flower sighed, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. With such strength and terrifying talent, if he could enter the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible, he would be even stronger in the future. It was a pity that 3 people were too few. Desert Cloud, Akira, Violet's, and Qingluan Flower. There were even a few people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already surprising that Ling Xiao could be in the top 10 of the 100 people, but to advance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Qingluan Flower was thinking about this. If he knew, he would definitely tell Qingluan Flower not to worry about him. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain only needed 1 person, it would definitely be Ling Xiao. Did she really think that he was that weak? The lava storm he used this time was only at the initial level, and the power he used was only at the peak of the first level of hell. He used the intermediate lava combat body. If he released his true strength, Qingluan Flower would be shocked to the extreme. Turning around, Ling Xiao found that everyone was staring at him with their mouths agape. He couldn't help but laugh. This isn't the first time we've met. Why is there something on my face? There's nothing on your face, but the strength you showed is simply too strong. With this strength, there should be no problem for you to be in the top 10 of this test. Li Yan smiled bitterly. Why did you hide it before? You made us worry for nothing. It's not that I wanted to hide it, but someone wanted me dead. If I don't keep some trump cards, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ling Xiao sighed and explained. Are you talking about Desert Cloud and Akira? Li Yan's face suddenly became very ugly when she mentioned these 2 people. In this test, Desert Cloud and Akira have joined forces and led 4 groups of Scarlet Immortal Mountain Warriors to plunder the Soul Lock tokens. Their goal is very simple. They want to eliminate all the teams except for Scarlet Immortal Mountain, including their ally Purple Immortal Mountain. You met them? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. He absolutely believed Li Yan's words. With the style of those people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, they would really do so. Moreover, Scarlet Immortal Mountain originally had 5 teams. One of them was eliminated, and the remaining 4 teams were just the number of people needed for the second test. Chapter 2350. You met Desert Cloud's group? Ling Xiao asked Li Yan. Li Yan sighed and said, yes, if we weren't being chased by them. We wouldn't have fallen into the Netherwolf's ambush. Desert Cloud and Akira are extremely powerful, and with the cooperation of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, they are simply unstoppable. Everyone is afraid of them. Ling Xiao frowned. If the situation was, as Li Yan said, then it was really troublesome. Scarlet Fairy Mountain now had 4 groups of 20 people left. Most of the martial artists on the other mountain peaks were unwilling to unite, because this kind of assessment was suspicious of each other and didn't trust each other. Unless it was like Scarlet Fairy Mountain, which belonged to the same mountain, it was basically a fantasy to want to unite. This made the 4 groups of people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain even more unscrupulous and do whatever they wanted. By the way, I heard them say that they planned to destroy your team first, but for some reason, they lost their target halfway. Li Yan suddenly added. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, he knew why. Those guys originally captured his position, but because he erased the consciousness of the expert in the Soul Lock token. This caused the other party to lose their target instantly. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Desert Cloud and Akira wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let those two guys go. The team that he killed before was just an appetizer. Ling Xiao, I now know that you are very strong, but even so, you can only be ranked in the top 10. You are definitely not a match for Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that they have joined forces, you have no way to deal with them. So if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. Li Yan said very sincerely, you have to be able to avoid them. Ling Xiao sighed and said, don't forget, although we are taking different paths now, there is only one path to Sky Devil Peak. You can't avoid it. Ha, since they want me to die, then I will meet them. You're really open-minded. Li Yan smiled bitterly and said, Sai, I said I would help you, but in the end, you helped me. I just heard from Qingwan that you are planning to go to the Spider Cave, but there is a detour. But it's good. Maybe you can avoid Akira and Desert Cloud. The 5 of us don't have a big problem. We can set off on our own. If there is anything you need to do, do it. Help each other. Maybe in the future I will need senior sister Li Yan. Ling Xiao smiled. When he wasn't killing people, he was always that bright and sunny big boy, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. Why don't the 5 of us help you look for Sha Yun and Qi Linger first? If we find them, we can keep an eye on them so that we can alert you in time. Li Yan thought for a while and felt that this was the only thing she could do to help Ling Xiao in this assessment. Hence, she said, don't worry. All right, but don't get too close. Ling Xiao didn't refuse Li Yan's kindness. He knew that this would make Li Yan feel more comfortable and less awkward. Of course, otherwise I will cause you trouble. Li Yan smiled and said, goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at them and then continued to move in the direction of the Spider Cave with Qingwan and the others. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear in the fog, a warrior from Li Yan team couldn't help but say, Senior sister, did you notice? That arrogant Qingwan is very obedient to Ling Xiao. Yeah, I noticed it as well. Ling Xiao occupied over 100 nether wolves by himself, and his strength can be said to be terrifying. It shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 10. He is much stronger than me. Li Yan sighed and said, the Qingwan probably also noticed Ling Xiao's strength, so she has a good attitude towards him. That's not right. There are many people stronger than Ling Xiao. I have never heard of a Qingwan being able to stay with anyone. Another disciple said, this Ling Xiao is definitely outstanding. Not in strength, but in other aspects. Li Yan was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of how Ling Xiao found them when they were blocked by the thick fog. Did Ling Xiao really have some special ability? She really couldn't see through him. This kid had only joined the 8 Immortals Mountain for 2 months. How did he grow? How could he be so monstrous? With Ling Xiao leading the way, the originally dangerous demonic mountain became much easier. Although they still encountered several waves of monster beasts and heavenly demons on the way, they were not dangerous. The 5 of them were easily dealt with. Originally, if the Qingwan was alone, she would probably be exhausted to reach the Spider Cave. Half of her physical strength and energy would be consumed on the journey. Ling Xiao even suspected that the Violets already knew that the Qingwan was going to the Spider Cave and were waiting for her to be exhausted. The Spider Cave is really a dangerous place. I can already feel the terrifying aura before we even reach it. Ling Xiao slowed down because they were already very close to the Spider Cave. When they approached the Spider Cave, many strange spiders appeared. These spiders were not big. Instead, they were very small, only the size of a fingernail, but they had a terrifying poison that could kill an elephant. Although a martial artist's body might be stronger than an elephant's, once poisoned, they would still feel dizzy and might even faint on the spot. Ling Xiao, there are 5 heavenly demon spiders in the Spider Cave. They already have intelligence and are very cunning. They are much more terrifying than the hundreds of nether wolves from before. Not only is their poison extremely strong, but the most terrifying thing is that the spider silk they spit out is as tough as steel and can't be broken easily. Moreover, their strength has basically reached the middle stage of the 1-star 2-layer hell. Even I have a hard time dealing with two at the same time. You guys don't go near them. The Qingyuan reminded, last year, when I fought with the violets in the spider cave, I was ambushed by the heavenly demon spiders. The Qingyuan always felt a little guilty, so she tried her best not to let Ling Xiao and the others take risks. Although the 4 of them could definitely become her powerful helpers, she really didn't want anything to happen to the 4 of them, whom she didn't know at all. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I said before that I won't let you be eliminated, let alone let you die. Otherwise, my test will be over. I'm an impatient person, and I don't want to wait until next year to enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Since I've come to participate in this test, I must succeed in advancing. Ling Xiao glanced at the Qingyuan and lightly said, but you can rest assured that if you can deal with it, I won't act recklessly. The Qingyuan sighed and thought that this was the only way. We're here. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 2351. This spider cave is interesting. It seems to be a fossil of a giant spider from the past. No wonder it could breed so many terrifying spiders, and even the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao analyzed after observing the spider cave for a while. You're right. I didn't expect you to accompany the Qingyuan to your death. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you don't know what's good for you? Suddenly, a voice came from above the spider cave. There was a hint of mockery and a strong killing intent. Violets, you're really here. The Qingyuan looked above the spider cave. Other than the Qingyuan, there were no traces of the other 4 people. Logically speaking, a team of 5 people, but the violets appeared here alone. Could it be that she wanted to fight alone? Ling Xiao looked around, but he didn't see the shadows of the other 4 people. There was no ambush. Only in the depths of the spider cave could he feel a terrifying aura coming out. But it was still very far away. Of course I'm here. The grudge between us hasn't been settled yet. The violets smiled faintly. Poor Qingyuan, I've already told you that it was my mission to be adopted by your father. When I was young, I joined the Dark God Palace branch in the Black Tortoise Continent and became an assassin there. In order to kill your father, I didn't hesitate to be his daughter for more than 10 years. He should be satisfied with his death. What's there to be angry about? Such shameless words again. Do you think my father didn't know that you were an assassin of the Dark God Palace? He knew. He just wanted to use family affection to influence you. He just felt that you were pitiful. Joining the Dark God Palace at such a young age, you must have a miserable life. He wanted to let you feel the warmth of a home. For this, he even went to the Dark God Palace branch personally and got your slave contract back from there. But what about you? You were stubborn and unrepentant. You killed your father cruelly and even showed off your great achievements to others. The Qingyuan was trembling when she said this. It was obvious how angry she was. I didn't ask him to save me. He liked to save a poisonous snake, so he didn't die in vain. Violet said lightly, All right, since that's the case, I'll kill you today to comfort my late father's soul in heaven, Qingyuan said indignantly. Violet smiled as if she didn't care at all. She gestured at the Qingyuan flower and said, Since you're all here, come at me together. Anyway, a few more bastards won't change anything. However, I do admire you. Your strength seems to have improved. You were actually able to walk to the spider cave unscathed despite being burdened by these 4 burdens. I may have underestimated you. They're not a burden, nor are they trash. They're Qinghuan's teammates, shouted the Qinghuan flower. Teammates? Are you serious? I remember that after you were betrayed by those people last year, you never admitted that you had any teammates, and you were even more unwilling to cooperate with anyone. I didn't expect you to treat these trash as your teammates. Perhaps this is what they mean by birds of a feather flocking together. Maybe you're a piece of trash yourself. Violet said sarcastically. You keep calling me trash. I don't know how strong you are. Qinghuan flower. If you don't attack, I'll teach this bitch a lesson. Ling Xiao couldn't help but say. You dare to scold me? Violet's frowned, and her eyes narrowed into slits. So what if I scold you? I'm going to kill you. Did your purple deity mountain also receive guidance from that old dog, Saren? Did you lock onto my location and come to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, we were going to kill you, but we didn't expect something to happen halfway, and we suddenly lost your position. But I really didn't expect that an idiot like you would come to me. It really saved me a lot of effort. Today, I'll take care of you and Qinghuan flower together. As for the other 3 trash, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for following someone you shouldn't have. Violet said lightly. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and said nothing more. He asked such a question because he was thinking about how to deal with Violet's. Should he kill her? Or should he just teach her a lesson? Violet's answer made him want to kill her. He had always been like this. If he found that the other party had the intention to kill him, he would put it out without mercy. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. He was not stupid enough to think of a way in panic when someone was about to kill him. Violet's, your opponent is me. If you want to hurt them, you have to step over my dead body first. Qinghuan flower suddenly said angrily. I won't kill you. Violet shook her head and said, before entering the samsara, you and Ling Yen were a good couple. If I kill you, how can I get good things from Ling Yen? Ling Yen, the most powerful leader of 8 Immortals Mountain. The most ultimate secrets of 8 Immortals Mountain are in his hands. I don't know Ling Yen, and I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to use me to deal with someone, it's really wishful thinking. Qinghuan flower said sharply. Their conversation made Ling Xiao discover a secret. He believed what Violet said. Qinghuan flower should really know Ling Yen, and Ling Yen before entering the samsara. There should be a reason why she refused to admit it now. After all, Ling Yen was now a taboo in the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Maybe he could find more clues about Ling Yen from Qinghuan flower. Ling Yen was his good brother, and he didn't feel comfortable letting his good brother be locked up in the ghost prison for so long. Although he would be able to save Ling Yen once his strength increased to a certain level. But the question was, could Ling Yen really wait until then? The situation of 8 Immortals Mountain was changing day and night. The situation of the ghost prison was also changing. No one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Even Ling Xiao couldn't, so he had to prepare as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll beat you until you admit it. Violet suddenly jumped into the spider cave and attacked Qinghuan flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little strange that they were fighting outside the spider cave in such harsh conditions. Could it be that Violets were no longer afraid of the heavenly devil spider? Last year, Violets was seriously injured by the heavenly devil spider. People say that once bitten, twice shy. Wasn't it true when it came to Violets? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. He always felt that Violets were up to no good. But for a while, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The battle had begun. Qinghuan flower was still using her merciless wind and snow sword. Violets, on the other hand, used a short knife as thin as a cicada's wing. The knife technique she used was very strange. Ling Xiao had never seen such a knife technique. In the process of using it, the knife qi intertwined into a net like a spider web, densely wrapping Qingyuan flower's sword qi. Chapter 2352. The violets tried to stop the Qingyuan flower from using her sword. However, the Qingyuan flower was not to be trifled with. The strength she displayed was much stronger than what Ling Xiao had seen before. Facing the violets, she really had to go all out. However, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both reincarnated martial artists. Their experience was basically the same. For a moment, it seemed like it would not be easy for either of them to defeat the other. Is this a war of attrition? Something's not right. Ling Xiao noticed that the Qingyuan flower had suddenly blocked the violets with her sword and retreated. A powerful aura that was completely different from before erupted from his body. What? The violets were clearly surprised. Is this the aura of a high-tier jade grade martial skill? You guessed right. Last year, I was inferior to you. You defeated my low-tier jade grade martial skill with a mid-tier jade grade martial skill. I knew that if I wanted to defeat you, I would have to learn a high-tier jade grade martial skill. As she spoke, the Qingyuan flower's aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. The black tortoise continent was indeed much stronger than the white tiger continent. Although there were many geniuses on the white tiger continent, mid-tier jade grade martial skills were considered top-tier martial skills. Life Caesars generally used martial arts of this level. But here, a mere yin-yang realm martial artist could cultivate a high-tier jade grade martial skill. That was the difference. Of course, in the lower Eight Immortals Mountain, those who could learn a high-tier jade grade martial skill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Only 3 to 5 people could do it, perhaps even fewer. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate a high-tier jade grade martial skill. That really surprised me. The violets' shock and worry were not faked. Facing a high-tier jade grade martial skill, she was also very afraid. In order to kill you, in order to avenge my father, I sacrificed too much. I had no friends, no family, and spent my days alone. Today, I will let this nightmare pass. The Qingyuan flower's emotions were extremely agitated. As her emotions rose, so did her terrifying aura. Ling Xiao looked at the Qingyuan flowers and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although she couldn't compare to Feng Fei, Cold Plum, or the Moon Maiden, she could still be considered outstanding. But compared to Akira, he wasn't inferior at all. He should also be a heaven-grade genius. What would her high-grade jade grade martial skill be like? Ling Xiao was now a bystander watching the show. Ho Rinfeng kept yawning. Watching others fight was not as exciting as fighting on his own. Lin Yang, on the other hand, stared at the battle without blinking, as if he wanted to learn something from it. As for Cheng Feiying, she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Cheng Feiying had suffered quite a few blows along the way. Not only was Ling Xiao better than her, but even Li Yan, Qingyuan, and Violets were better than her. She was indignant. Her aptitude wasn't bad. It was just that she entered the cycle of reincarnation rather late. It was normal for her to fall behind. But she was unwilling. She wanted to do her best to catch up. Naturally, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop her from working so hard. At this moment, his thoughts were all focused on the battle. Originally, he was thinking that if Qingyuan flowers were in danger, he'd help her even if he had to reveal some of his true strength. It wasn't to make Qingyuan his servant girl, but purely because he thought she wasn't bad at all. Moreover, they were teammates now. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of ignoring his teammates when they were in danger. Currently, the violets didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qingyuan Flower's fierce aura. Although she didn't know any high-grade jade-grade martial skills, she was confident in her skills. Even if Qingyuan Flowers had learned a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, she believed it wouldn't be too high. If it was at the entry level, that would be best. Even with her perfection stage jade-grade martial skill, she was still able to gain a huge advantage. If it was at the initial level, then it would be troublesome. But she felt she could still handle it. Moreover, she had no other choice at this moment. Should she run away? It was impossible. She might not lose. She really didn't want to run away like this. Moreover, she had a follow-up plan. Today, not only was she going to capture Qingyuan Flowers alive, but she was also going to kill Ling Xiao. Then, she would go to the sand race to claim her reward. Come on, Qingyuan Flowers. I'd like to see how strong your high-grade jade-grade martial skill is. After making up her mind, the violets released her most powerful aura. The sharp blade in her hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of the blade, energy vibrating the air. If one looked closely, they would find that Violet's blade was vibrating at an extremely fast speed. This could increase the attack power of her moves. Right at this moment, an expressionless and cold figure floated up into appearance on the azure phoenix flower opposite him. This person was dressed in white with disheveled hair. He looked a little depressed, but he was extremely handsome. His face and eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. This was the martial spirit of Qingyuan Flowers. It was said that he was a hero who entered the path of swordsmanship. This person pursued the path of swordsmanship all his life, but he was betrayed by his own brother and his own woman. In the end, he died at the hands of his woman's son. When he was alive, he was affectionate and righteous. After his death, his martial spirit became emotionless and cold. That was because his heart was already dead. Back then, he treated the son of the woman who betrayed him as his own son. He imparted his lifetime's lost knowledge to that child. In the end, he died at the hands of his opponent's poison wine. A hero who died in such a cowardly way, who wouldn't be indignant. Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword. This is so similar to what happened to Qingyuan Flower's father. Ling Xiao finally understood why Qingyuan Flower's sword was always so emotionless and cold. But it was extremely powerful. Sword energy soared to the sky. The cold sword energy was bone-piercing. The spiders that were pouncing on Qingyuan Flowers all ran away. Some spiders that couldn't escape in time were torn apart by the cold sword energy. It seems that I have to strike first. Dark gold vibrating saber. Kill. Violet saw the horror of this sword. She didn't want to wait any longer. Even in the face of Qingyuan Flower's horrible sword energy, she felt that she had to strike first. Otherwise, she might not even have a chance to attack. Unfortunately, her attack was still too late. This sword is to kill all the heartless people in the world. Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword, extreme anger. The voice fell. The surrounding fog seemed to be blown away by the sword energy in an instant. What an extreme anger. The moment the sword energy was released, Ling Xiao seemed to see a swordsman who had been wronged and tortured. He used all his strength to kill that heartless person. In the fog, there was only the cold sword light. It was so conspicuous. Chapter 23:53. The moment the sword light flew out, Violet knew she couldn't block it. But she was smart. She knew she couldn't run away. As long as she turned around and fled, all the sword chi would pour into her body. At that time, she would definitely die. Instead of retreating, she continued to move forward. The saber light collided with the sword light. She wanted to use her saber to weaken the power of the opponent's sword chi. But the power of the Qinghuan flower's sword was beyond her imagination. Violet felt an irresistible force crash into her body the moment her blade came into contact with her opponent's sword aura. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated the Qinghuan flower. She had underestimated the terrifying high-tier jade martial arts technique. Even if the opponent's technique was only at the initial level, she couldn't block such power. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily on the cliff of the spider cave. She smashed a huge rock into pieces. At this moment, her face was deathly pale and her blood was churning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. This power is only slightly weaker than my Berserk Thunder art. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If nothing unexpected happened, the Qinghuan flower would win easily today. In order to defeat the Violets, the Qinghuan flower had put in a lot of effort. This high-tier jade martial arts technique must have been hard to come by, but it was worth it. After seriously injuring the Violets, the Qinghuan flower stopped attacking. Maybe it was because it was the first time she used this high-tier jade martial arts technique. Her body hadn't adapted to such a powerful force. However, it was only a momentary pause. Then, she regrouped and attacked the Violets again. Her hatred for the Violets was the same as the murder of her father. She couldn't live under the same sky. Of course, she wouldn't be merciful, let alone let her go. Seeing the Qinghuan flower coming at her again, Violets, who had just caught her breath, gritted her teeth, and a haze appeared on her face. Qinghuan flower, you want me to die, but the Violets won't die so easily. After she finished speaking, she actually jumped into the spider cave. The Qinghuan flower hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. It was pitch black inside the spider cave, and there were also heavenly devil spiders. Even the Qinghuan flower did not want to take the risk. Retreat a little further. Ling Xiao reminded him, Violets can't have escaped. From what she said just now, she must have other plans. Out of her trust in Ling Xiao, the Qinghuan flower retreated more than 10 meters away from the creepy spider cave. At this moment, hundreds of densely packed silk threads shot out from the spider cave. The threads weren't white, but each of them glowed with a green light. It was obvious at a glance that they were highly toxic. Because the Qinghuan flower had retreated in advance, it was easier to dodge now. If she had just chased into the spider cave, or if she was standing in the same position, just now, then, at this moment, she was probably entangled in the dense spider webs. Even if she did not die, she would definitely be poisoned. As the threads shot out, there were bursts of rustle, rustle, rustle sounds coming from the spider cave, accompanied by some strange cries, which made one's hair stand on end. What's going on? Cheng Feiying asked nervously. Trouble is coming. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, set up the array immediately and get ready to help. He knew very well that it was too late to escape now. If he was alone, he might be able to, but this was a team of 5. In the face of a sudden attack, as long as one person was eliminated or died, it would be tantamount to wasting this opportunity. As he said himself, he was an impatient person. He could not wait until next year. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Terrifying breaths shot out from the spider cave. Countless tiny spiders shot out like a rainstorm. Each of these little guys was only the size of a mosquito, but their bodies were highly poisonous. And the most troublesome thing was that once they touched the target, they would instantly explode. They would spray extremely corrosive venom on the target's body. Wall of size. Qinghuan flower shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Then a wall as cold as ice blocked in front of the 5 people. The countless small spiders smashed against the ice wall with crackling sounds. Then the corrosive liquid continuously corroded the ice wall, and it looked like it would soon melt. Damn it! Could it be that the violets are controlling these spiders? Otherwise, how could they be so obedient? Ling Xiao, you guys go quickly. I'll stop these guys. Although she did not know what was going on with these spiders, why they suddenly attacked her like crazy, Qinghuan Flower knew that if she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger. She had to retreat first. We can't leave. Ling Xiao sighed. They were now completely surrounded by a dense crowd of spiders. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not these self-exploding little spiders, but the huge heavenly demon spider that had already crawled out of the spider cave. Its scarlet eyes were like a ghost in the dark night. Its huge head made this monster look even more ferocious and terrifying. The heavenly demon spider looked like a spider from head to toe. Only its face looked very much like a human. That was why it was sometimes called the human-faced spider. These guys were more cunning than the nether wolf, more powerful than the nether wolf, and more poisonous than the nether wolf. In an instant, 5 heavenly demon spiders blocked Qinghuan Flower's escape route. They completely surrounded Qinghuan Flower. Looking at the situation, the heavenly demon spiders wanted to deal with Qinghuan Flower first. However, Ling Xiao and the others were treated as second. Only the self-exploding little spiders and other poisonous spiders surrounded them. Although it was dangerous, it was not as bad as Qinghuan Flower's situation. Each heavenly demon spider had a leg length of 4 to 5 meters and a height of nearly 7 to 8 meters. Their bodies were surrounded by black smoke, which had been woven into a huge spider web. Whether it was Ling Xiao and the others or Qinghuan Flower, it would not be easy for them to escape. Look at their faces. Cheng Feiying suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Cheng Feiying was so shocked. Thus he asked, "Those 5 faces are the faces of the disciples of Purple Deity Mountain." Lin Yang explained, "What?" This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be shocked. "I heard that every time the heavenly demon spider swallowed a martial artist, it would turn into the martial artist's face and even retain some of the martial artist's consciousness. In that case, 5 martial artists of Purple Deity Mountain have already been killed by the heavenly demon spiders." He took a closer look. There were no violets on the faces. He suspected that the violets were behind this whole thing. It must be the heavenly demon spider that has just swallowed a martial artist will become even more ferocious. "Boss, I'm afraid Qinghuan Flower is in trouble." Lin Yang reminded him,